My name is Just Mary, and I will be the MC for the day along with my colleague Yashika here.
The auditorium we are seated in has a single entry and exit. The entry and exit to my left will open towards the foyer. You can access tea and coffee counter over there. The washrooms are also in the foyer area. For any medical requirement, kindly contact the registration desk. The overall agenda and flow of the day has been kept as prints in the kit. So please do take a look and let us know the schedule of the day. Lunch will be served at 1:30 p.m. and the event will be held till 5:15 p.m. Request you all to please put your phones on silent at this point.
We also have special display kiosks set up in the foyer area. Do engage with them throughout the day. You may please visit them, especially during lunch and post the event as well. Thank you for joining us today and hope you will be with us for the entire event. I wish you the best day ahead.
Room to Read India has been consistently working to publish and distribute well designed, age appropriate, leveled reading materials for children in our program schools and beyond. Now, with the support of United States Agency for International Development, USAID, under the SERI project, Room to Read is beginning a new initiative to promote and publish good quality children's literature, which is not only an important part of a child's literacy skill development, but also imperative for cultivating a habit and overall culture of reading in both formal and informal setups. With this goal, Room to Read and USAID have instituted the reading of annual Children's Literature Awards. Today, we are hosting the inaugural Children's Literature Awards ceremony.
The Children's Literature Award are a way to honor literary and artistic work of creators who work tirelessly to develop pieces of literature to engage children in reading. They are not only an incentive for publishers, authors, and illustrators to produce quality products in both form and content, but also a way to get attention of market enablers like teachers, librarians, parents, and authorities towards good literature.
The objective of these awards is to raise the profile and significance of children's literature in India, as well as encourage original and creative work in local Indian languages. We believe it will start a discourse on importance of children's literature as well as the lack of same in the local Indian languages. Awards are also aimed to recognize and offer new opportunities to book creators and to share high quality books with children around the world. Our vision is to promote quality and encourage children's literature in India and beyond. Thank you for joining us today. We hope you will be with us for the entire event.
Star reality. Did you know only 15% of children's literature in India is published in Hindi or vernacular languages? Globally, 40% of the population lacks access to education in a language they understand. In response to this challenge, the Children's Literature Awards 2023 emerged, a powerful collaboration between Room to Read India and the United States Agency for International Development, USAID. This initiative aims to acknowledge and promote children's books in Hindi as well as honor budding book creators, authors, illustrators, and publishers to captivate children's imagination through stories in a language they easily understand. Let's hear from those who believe in the power of stories.
These prestigious awards aim to celebrate the outstanding talent of authors, illustrators, and creators who have the power to ignite children's imagination and breathe life into the enchanting world of Indian children's literature.
व्यक्तिगत रूप से मेरे लिए ये बहुत सुखद और रोमांचक अनुभव रहा। हमारे यहाँ नई पीढ़ी के जो उभरते हुए लेखक हैं, उनका भी बाल साहित्य की तरफ कम रुझान समय के साथ नई तकनीकी और नई समझ साहित्य में स्पष्ट नजर आती है, लेकिन ये पता चलता है कि अभी की दिशा में बहुत कुछ किया जाना है।
पूरे इंडिया ने सरकारी विद्यालयों में पुस्तकालयों की स्थापना की और इसके जरिए ज्यादातर बच्चों तक अच्छा साहित्य पहुंचे इस प्रयास को उसने एक मुकाम तक ले जाने की कोशिश की। पूरी इंडिया अच्छे बाल साहित्य का प्रकाशन भी करता है और ये सारी किताबें वो अलग अलग स्कूलों में भेजता रहता है।
Children's Book Awards underscore the importance of books for children and validate the immense time and effort put in by talented writers and illustrators and publishers in a field that was till fairly recently not considered legitimate literature. They also promote a discussion on what constitutes good books for children and what we should be doing to create more good books.
It's a fantastic initiative from me to read. I think that it's very important in children's literature to encourage new talent, new writers, new illustrators, because I feel that in India we still have a long way to go in terms of producing the best kind of children's literature, which will make children into engaged readers. So I think it was fantastic to read so many books which had been written with a lot of passion, illustrated with a lot of passion from by different authors and illustrators and publishers.
This initiative was a very, very appreciative gesture toward, towards young, talented illustrators, writers, and all the children book publishers. I'm sure it would encourage these creative minds who work very hard day and night and are also sometimes found secludedly working in a corner.
Awards for Young Illustrator is a very thoughtful gesture by Room to Read India. It is going to make the community of illustrator get stronger और challenging style और challenging काम करने के लिए encourage करेगा.
I hope this award motivates and encourages the young people and everyone else who are connected to children's books and see how we are growing and evolving in our country in this area.
This year, the awards feature two categories: Room to Read Picture Book Creators Award and Room to Read Teacher Librarian Choice Award. Let's unveil the process that brings these awards to life. Change is on the horizon. The Children's Literature Awards 2023, powered by the USAID, is more than an event. It's a movement to support children in developing imagination and skills through colorful books and engaging stories.
That was just the right way to give an overview about why we are here today. Now, I would like to call upon Ms. Purnima Garg, Country Director, Room to Read India, and Mr. Mark Tegenfeld, Office Director, General Development Office, USAID, for joining us on the stage.
I would now invite Ms. Purnima Garg Country Director, Room to Read India, to take us through the welcome and inaugural address. Purnima offers strategic guidance, oversees operational activities, and represents Room to Read India to governments, donors, and other key stakeholders. She leads a diverse team of over 500 professionals across 11 Indian states. Purnima became a part of Room to Read India in 2011, and since then, her involvement has significantly contributed to the organization's success. With more than 2 decades of leadership experience spanning nonprofit and for profit sectors, Purnima's collaborative efforts with communities, governments, and corporate partners have greatly enhanced Room to Read India's reputation as a reliable organization working in the education sector. Over to you, Purnima.
Good morning, everyone, and a very, very warm welcome to Room to Read's Children Literature Award ceremony for 2023. It's a splendid morning, full of promises and inspiration. And I want to begin with citing a quote from Dr. Joanne Wolfgang, who says that good children literature appeals not only to the child in the adult, but the adult in the child. And I'm sure most of us sitting here, everyone, would really remember one book, one magazine from our childhood that we would like to read once again. I'm sure, I mean, if anyone really wants to talk about it, I'm very, very sure if you take a minute, think about of one book in your own language, you can go back in your own vernacular language, Hindi language, English language, you would remember one thing. And as a child, if I think of my personal experience, there used to be a magazine, a Hindi magazine, that used to be called Nandan. It still comes. I'm sure some of you similar in age would remember that I really cherished reading that book. And a child in me really wants to read it once again. I tried looking for it in Amazon. I'm a mother of two, and I really wanted my children to experience that. But yeah, now the era has changed, and there are so many fascinating other children's magazines that children enjoy to read. For a child to read a book, the book needs to be interesting, enthralling, and captivating. Today, we are present here among various people who have contributed to making children's literature even more enjoyable in vernacular languages, languages that children of India like to read in. And I want to emphasize that children of India, we are really working for them. Very few award honors books in vernacular languages, and none specifically recognizes emerging book creators in this domain. Therefore, the focus on Hindi language in this year's award make our initiative exceptionally special. We have been extremely fortunate to have United States Agency for International Development, USAID, support on this awards initiative. They have been an outstanding partner to Room to Read across our efforts to strengthen foundation literacy in India since 2015, for which the exposure to quality literature is really, really crucial. We see there is still a huge gap in original children's literature, especially in the Indian languages. Most of the literature produced for children in India is still in English. And I'm sure most of us who have kids both in private schools or in government schools, you can still experience in government schools, you still have a lot of fascination towards English literature to get more English literature. And kids who are going to private schools, you do not get anything beyond English. So that has been a challenge, and literature in Hindi and other Indian languages is still a very, very small percentage. When we look at children's publishing for beginning readers, the situation has been graver. We hardly come across good literature for children who are learning to read. Fundamentally, causing this gap appears to be the lack of importance to children reading for pleasure. Through our collaborative efforts on the Strengthening Early Reading Intervention project, we are advocating for importance of children's literature in the foundational year and boosting enthusiasm for reading with pleasure. Children who read for pleasure are more likely to enjoy learning. And I'm sure most of you would agree to that, especially either who are readers themselves or who have children who are reading. Children's literature is a genre that is still finding a foothold in India. However, as an organization, we recognize its significance back in 2000 to 2005. The scarcity of quality reading material in the regions that we serve prompted us to begin a quality publishing wing which focused on publishing only in Indian languages. Now, 18 years later, while progress has been made, much still needs to be done. Despite all the efforts, progress that has been made, literature for young people has not been accorded the respect that any other recognized branch of literacy or literature enjoys. There's a tendency to regard children literature a lesser form of art and remain relatively neglected in academia. Initiatives like these awards are a powerful step towards its mainstream recognition. I'm delighted to share a significant milestone from relentless effort of USAID and Room to Read in Uttarakhand. Doon University, a prestigious institution, has taken a commendable step towards this by including an undergraduate course in children's literature. This strategic win surely is a positive step towards strengthening the outlook towards this genre. Now, let's take a moment to understand why these awards. My colleagues have shown a video here talking about the process, but why we actually need these awards. There's a huge gap in the availability of quality children's literature in India. And I won't dwell much on the details as the nuances in these gaps will be discussed during the day in different conversations, special addresses. What I want to emphasize on is the reason behind curating these awards, specifically to recognize books and book creators in Hindi language. Our experience teaches us that reading stories in one's mother tongue facilitates better cognitive development, enabling children to grasp complex concepts more easily. Setting stories in familiar environment and using native languages helps children relate closely to characters, developing a positive sense of self. And for children who are learning to read, exposure to literature in their own language provides a smoother entry into the world of literacy. It lowers the entry barrier, making reading more accessible and enjoyable. Having children's literature in various languages ensure inclusivity, representing the linguistic diversity of the nation. Today, we have the privilege of honoring individuals and publishers who play a crucial role in ensuring quality of children's literature in Hindi language. This year, we are honoring book creators under two broad categories. The Room to Read Picture Book Creator Award. This is for the budding authors, illustrators, and publishers, while the second category, the Teacher Librarian's Choice Award, gives a voice to those at the core of bringing these stories to life for children in the classroom. While we are initiating these awards in Hindi this year, we eagerly anticipate expanding to other vernacular languages in coming years. These awards starts in India this year, and it is going to be initiated in other countries where Room to Read is present. These certainly are exciting times for Room to Read, the USAID, and all stakeholders associated with children literature. I would like to offer my heartfelt congratulations to all the winners being recognized today. Your dedication and quality of work are truly inspiring. I would also like to thank all the people who were nominated, but for some reason were not the winners, but remind them that each of them is changing lives with their meaningful contribution. I also want to thank the jury members who assisted the organization in selecting the winners today. क्योंकि बात हिंदी साहित्य की है तो कुछ हिंदी साहित्य के बारे में बात होनी चाहिए। मैं कुछ पंक्तियां पढ़ना चाहूंगी जो मेरे डियर कॉलीग शशिकांत ने लिखी हैं। शशिकांत हमारे साथ हमारे लिटरेसी प्रोग्राम में जुड़े हुए हैं। ये उनका एक अनुभव है जब वो लाइब्रेरी में जाते हैं, जब वो लाइब्रेरी में जाते हैं और बच्चों के हाथों में किताबें देखते हैं। क्या भाव आता है उस किताब को हाथ में देखकर, कवि इस कविता के माध्यम से वो बताना चाह रहे हैं। कहानियां, ये महज किताबों के कुछ पन्ने नहीं, शब्दों में समेटे एक जहां हैं। कहानियां ये महज किताबों के कुछ पन्ने नहीं, शब्दों में समेटे एक जहां हैं। अब कवि पहुंच गए हैं लाइब्रेरी में, जहां बच्चों के हाथ में उन्होंने कुछ किताबें देखी और उन किताबों को देखकर उन बच्चों के भावों को अपनी कविता में लाने की कोशिश करी। इनमें जज्बात हैं, इनमें उमंग है, इनमें हर मौसम की मिठास है और हर तहजीब की पतंग है। इनमें जोश है, इनमें जुनून है, शहरों का हलचल और गांव का सुकून है। क्योंकि कवि ने देखा कि बच्चों के हाथों में जब वो किताबें थी तो उनके चेहरों पर बहुत सुकून था। उनकी उमंगे, उनकी तरंगे पतंग की तरह लाइब्रेरी के अंदर दौड़ रही थी। जब दूसरी दिशा में देखा तो कुछ टीचर थे जो किताबों के साथ थे और उनके भाव कुछ इस तरीके से आए। इनमें अनुभव की तासीर है, सागर सी गहराइयां और गगन सा उत्कर्ष है। इनमें अनुभव की तासीर है, सागर सी गहराई और गगन सा उत्कर्ष है। इनमें झूमता बचपन है और इठलाती नदी और नाचता झरना है। क्योंकि अध्यापक भी अपने बचपन में पहुंच गया, तो बचपन का झूमना तो कहीं ना कहीं चेहरे पे दिख ही गया। अब कवि क्योंकि कवि है और कवि लाइब्रेरी में है और कवि बहुत सी किताबें भी पढ़ता है, तो कविता वो पूरी नहीं कर पाएगा जब तक वो अपने भाव नहीं व्यक्त कर पाएगा। कवि कहता है, इनमें जरा डूब कर तो देखो, इनमें जरा डूब कर तो देखो, जरा झांक कर तो देखो, ये महज कुछ पन्ने नहीं, शब्दों में समेटे एक जहां है। ये महज किताबों के कुछ पन्ने नहीं, शब्दों में समेटे एक जहां है। I once again welcome you all to this significant event and hope that you all will have a meaningful, enlightening, and enjoyable experience. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Purnima, for welcoming our guest and beginning the day on a thought-provoking note.
I would now invite Mr. Mark Tegenfeld to deliver the special address piece. Mr. Tegenfeld began his USAID career in 2009 and has previously served in USAID missions in the Democratic Republic of Congo, Bangladesh, Ethiopia, and Pakistan. Mr. Tegenfeld's educational background is in economics and international development. He has a bachelor's degree from University of Chicago and master's degree from the University of Connecticut and American University. Before joining USAID, he worked for 14 years in the private sector as an economic consultant in Washington, D.C. Mr. Mark Tegenfeld, please.
My wife keeps telling me I need to update that picture. Good morning to all of you. Given that we're celebrating awards in Hindi literature, I wish I could make these remarks in Hindi, but alas, I'll ask for your indulgence while I make them in English. I want to start with a short story, and apologies, Purnima, I think you've heard this story from me before, but I'm going to tell it anyway. And this is a story about a girl. While this girl's name is Meeta, and she lives in a village in Uttarakhand, she could represent millions of girls throughout the country. Her older sister struggled with poor reading throughout her schooling and eventually dropped out. However, by the time Meeta entered grade 1, USAID and Room to Read had started supporting a literacy program that had set up a children's library at the school. This library contains books and story cards similar to the ones that we saw outside today in Meeta's local language, and these materials attracted her to reading. Today, her reading has dramatically improved. She's in fact a local reading champion and is supporting other children in the community and has helped her sister to improve her reading as well using the graded children's books from the library. I know that this is just one story of many such stories that are taking place across the country, but I wanted to share it because it speaks to the power and the impact of access to quality children's books in local languages. I'm very honored to be here today representing the U.S. Agency for International Development, known as USAID, for the Children's Literature Award 2023. I do have to say I'm feeling a little bit humble though, since I'm not an expert in this area and I'm surrounded by a room full of experts. So I'm very thrilled to be here and looking forward to this event. I believe this is in fact the first time that USAID has supported such an event, and I think it's really exciting and is a pioneering initiative. It is extremely important to promote and to celebrate, as we are doing today, the emergence of high-quality, age-appropriate children's literature, particularly in vernacular languages. It's especially exciting for me because my elder sister is a primary school teacher. She teaches class 1 in Washington State in the US, and she spends a great deal of time and effort in finding creative ways and materials to get the children in her classroom interested in reading. I know from her, over the years, how important it is to have access to good quality children's literature. Like many of you, I was glad to see that the member countries of the G20 highlighted during the recent summit the importance of foundational literacy for completion of school education and lifelong learning. At USAID, our investments in education are based on the strong belief that education is the great equalizer and enabler. When children and youth are able to get a quality education, when they are prepared in their early years to truly benefit from that education and to gain the skills they need in life, then they can build more hopeful and prosperous futures for themselves, their families, communities, and countries. As I mentioned, I'm not an education expert, so I don't need to tell all of you who are experts why education is so important as a driver of social and economic outcomes. I also don't need to talk about the challenges faced by children seeking a quality education today. So instead, let me talk a little bit about what USAID is doing with partners such as Room to Read to help address these challenges. USAID is committed to partnering with India on providing quality education and literacy programs with a particular focus on ensuring that marginalized populations do not get left out, thereby paving the way for a more equitable and prosperous future. As part of this commitment, USAID is supporting the Scaling Up Early Reading Intervention, or SERI program, in 6 states. One of the challenges that we found across the schools and that we're hoping to address is the lack of contextually relevant and developmentally appropriate literacy materials. To address this, USAID and Room to Read have been working to develop and generate awareness of quality children's literature in local languages. Still today, when I think back, after more than 40 years, as Purnima also mentioned, I can still remember some of the stories that I read in my primary school years, which got me interested in reading. Some of those same stories I even read to my 3 girls when they were young to get them excited about reading. I am sure that many of you have such memories as well. That is how much of an impact good quality children's literature has on us and on our children. And we owe so much to the creative minds that craft these stories, both the writing and the illustration, these stories that get our children excited about reading. Sadly, there are limited platforms recognizing the contributions of these amazing authors and illustrators, particularly when it comes to local Indian languages. Today's event is a commendable step towards rectifying this gap and acknowledging the invaluable work of authors dedicated to enriching the literacy landscape for young readers. It feels really great to be able to acknowledge and recognize the invaluable contribution of these authors and illustrators. Their efforts are not only promoting early grade reading, but by producing quality reading material in local languages, they are promoting inclusion in literacy, reducing language barriers, and creating an equitable learning environment. In closing, I would just like to express how proud we are at USAID to partner with Room to Read in support of foundational literacy, and particularly today, to be able to recognize, honor, and celebrate the extremely valuable contributions of these authors and illustrators. Thank you again for giving me this opportunity, and a big congratulations to the winners and all of those who entered this competition, and to everyone else here as well for your advocacy in promoting mother tongue-based quality children's literature. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark, for such inspiring words.
I would now like to invite Mr. Ratul Chaudhary, Senior Manager, Learning and Innovations, to the stage for the next segment. Room to Read, with support of USAID and collaboration with various state governments, have been able to cover good grounds on ensuring the relevance of children's literature in foundational literacy efforts through the SERI project. Requesting Ratul to take us through the SERI learning document titled Bringing Children's Literature to Classrooms. Over to you, Ratul.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Jess Yashika. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for being here with us today. What an amazing day. We get to meet so many of you and discuss children's literature, something that Room to Read essentially stands for. And I've been working under the SERI project, the USAID-funded SERI project, for about 5-6 years now. The effort has included a lot of teachers, a lot of government authors, a lot of consultants who have been part of the entire author group. And today we talk about them, we celebrate them and recognize them. Nothing like it. I would like to share some bit of our learning that we have had while working in the SERI USAID project with the different state governments, and would also like to take you through the strategy that we had deployed to work in the sphere of children's literature to basically bridge the supply and demand gap that have been emerging that we realized through our work. Could I request to please have the PPT up? You want the PPT to be up, please? The presentation, if we could have that up, please. Yes. Okay, sure. Okay, sure. I was recently in Bhopal, Madhya Pradesh, and got a chance to go to some of the schools where we have been working under the SERI project. I would show you the pictures of it when we have the PPT up. But apart from what we saw in the classroom, which is where the children were, of course, in grades 1 and 2, referring to foundational literacy materials that they have received, their teachers being engaged and trying to work with them, navigating through the work around literacy and how to improve that. What we also saw is that towards the side of the classroom, there's a ring of books which are hang, in a store, and we could see the teacher actually referring to it quite often. And I asked the teacher that, what are these books? Because you already have your textbook, you already have certain materials to refer to. What do you do with these? The teacher said that we received these books almost 3 months back. And these books are essentially the story books, which we are for the first time seeing in such a way, which have been illustrated in an attractive manner. And I utilize this to improve the conversations, to have more oral language discussions, and also engage children in independent reading time. So I'm going to just show you the picture so that you can refer to what I'm talking about. Yeah, could we have the first slide, please? First slide, please. Yes, thank you. These are the classrooms that I'm talking about, ladies and gentlemen. As you can see, that this is where the teacher has stored all the materials that she has received. And these storybooks have been printed and provided to them by the Rajya Shiksha Kendra in Bhopal. And what is unique about these storybooks is that these storybooks have been written and illustrated by the teachers in the government systems. And when you would go there and speak to some of the children, what they were also realizing is that how these storybooks are essentially a part of them to go out from their daily routine and also engage with a world which is just beyond them. These storybooks, as I said, aren't ordinary, but have been a result of the commitment and hard work of authors who were government school teachers. And they have been working tirelessly on it for good 5-6 months, wherein they attend the workshops with the SERI team and work with their mentors to make sure that the drafts of these books are ready. And often it takes more than 25, 30 drafts for them to come to the final outcome of what you see here. When talking to the teachers, we could also hear them utilizing these books to engage the children in multilingual classroom setup. It's not easy for them to engage both the classrooms at the same time, both the grades at the same time within the given period that has been allocated to them. So that is where they utilize these books and they try to make sure that children are not sitting idle and there is some more engagement with them. And when we went to the children and tried to talk to them and tried to say that, which are the books that you enjoy the most, they talked about the big books. And you could clearly see from them the excitement that they had in their eyes and the way they were
as you can see with the very program we have been able to partner with almost 6 states in India, Uttarakhand, Uttar Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, Madhya Pradesh, and recently Rajasthan and Telangana. We are engaging with multiple stakeholders in the government from the private ecosystem, and we are trying to understand how do we make sure that there are quality children's literature in the hands of children, and we are engaging with it in this way. Well, we will talk a lot about what are the gaps, where are we plugging this in the larger policy spectrum. But I also wanted to share with you what is the strategy that we have been employing to bridge the demand and supply gap. This is almost to be teaching to the choir, but I would still like to share that we all know that there are prominent gaps in children's literature in the entire supply chain, which is related to market forces, the state policies, the entry barriers, and some of the provisions, budgets, and final distribution to the schools. To keep all of those into consideration, study engage in three-pronged strategies to make sure that these materials are available. We first engage with government systems, wherein we support governments to select, develop appropriate books for children. And we also help the government to work in co-building their knowledge and understanding of what constitutes good children in literature. Of course, government officials are the ones who have a huge resource of knowledge, and thereby the co-creation of it comes into play. And through them, we get access and work with the teachers in the government systems who are invited to workshops, and we work together in enhancing their capacity along with the guides, the CRTs, and the Samagati staff teachers. The second prong of the engagement is with the local authors, illustrators, publishers, who are external consultants, mentors, and supporters in the project. The idea is to engage them to infuse more local flavor and nuances of the land in the materials that are created. Alongside, we also work with them in creating these materials
which are more high quality and professional in its outlook, but also make them mentors to the teachers who can eventually get to that level. And the last prong of our strategy is collaborating with higher education institutions or the academic institutions, wherein we are trying to forge a larger alliance and work with the wider ecosystem to develop courses on children's literature. We essentially see this as a long-term strategy that the budding students, those who are right now in the universities, would take on these courses and eventually would be interested in the domain of children's literature, in developing some such materials, in publishing, and thereon participate in the whole atmosphere even better way. I quickly wanted to leave you all with some learnings that we have had in the project. It's been good 3-4 years of our engagement. And shortly after, we'd be unveiling some of the learning and the learning document. And there you could see a lot of details that we have outlined from our conversations and interactions with different governments, state governments. But in terms of just some key learnings that I wanted to leave you all with, I think first, working with the teacher authors and building their capacity has not just made the process of working in the children's literature domain, made it more participatory, more localized, and contextually rooted, but it also is showing a pathway on how states can sustain these efforts by their own. When we work with teacher authors, it is often not a straightforward way Teacher authors, having been in the system for long, they come with their own understanding. They come with their own set of thoughts and perspectives. What we try to do in the workshops and the succeeding calls with the mentors is to work on those. Try to help them identify what are some of the areas that they need to look at, revisit, to break out the barriers, to break out some of the stereotypes that they may have. And through that, we try to ensure that teachers are the ones who understand well the language, the context, the way they would want to connect to their children. So thereby, I think the big one that we have achieved and still working towards it is by getting the teacher authors on board and working towards them. I had the chance to meet Vimala ma'am in MP, who was one of the teacher authors whose book is right now in the schools. And she was mentioning to me how her identity as a teacher has almost augmented. Now she is seen as an author, a published author. And this is something that we have always tried to create, because for our children, when we were students, we would also want our teachers to write for us. And I think that's something that SERI has been achieving through our work. The second one is that by adopting a systems approach wherein we engage with the diets, SCRTs, Samagra Shiksha, this has led to a notable increase in the salience towards building and developing more children's literature. Of course, working with systems comes with its own share of challenges, and the way we go about it is always not that straightforward. But what has been useful is that the joint planning, the extensive engagement, and close collaboration with the state governments has made the system also more aware about why the quality of children's literature matters. It is not always just about the quantity of it. So that is something that we have learned and we hope to continue as we go ahead. The third bit of our learning has been more from the front of policy. As I said, that increasing availability of materials for children is not just about a series of workshops or conversations or programs. There are larger policies and market forces behind it. As SERI, as the program that has been working with multiple state governments, we try to address some of it by working closely with state governments in developing guidelines for ideal book collection, helping the states look at what are some of the selection criteria through which they can look at what constitutes good books, what can they procure, who are the publishers they can work with. And we also try to engage with the national bodies like NBT to have more advocacy towards getting more children's literature in the hands of the students. And lastly, while partnering with local authors, illustrators, and higher education institutions, we are trying to forge a bigger, wider coalition that would help in making a better case and a more stronger case towards children's literature, not just for 1 or 2 years, but for the years to come. And we hope that the multiple increasing demands that we are currently experiencing from the governments would eventually go up, and we would be able to work with the larger coalition to address those. So these were our learning, and I hope you look at the learning document and try to see where all we have been able to work within the SERI program. It's a work in progress, and we hope to go ahead and work more towards it. With that, I would like to thank you for hearing me, and would like to know, once you read the report, what your feedback is. But we'd move towards the unveiling of the learning document here on. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ratul, for taking us through the document so briefly. It was really helpful. You can collect your copies at the registration desk, please. I would now request Ms. Poonima Garg to please felicitate Mark as a mark of a deep gratitude and appreciation, please. Thank you once again, requesting you to please take your seats in the audience.
Moving ahead with the day where our eminent speakers will share key reflections on children's literature in India. I now invite Ms. Radhika Menon, founder and publishing director, Tulika Books, who would be addressing the gathering on the topic Current Landscape of Children's Literature in Indian Languages and Its Future. Ms. Radhika Menon is the brain and spirit behind Tulika, a pioneering publishing house started in 1996 and recognized in India and internationally for its outstanding range of multilingual children's books. Tulika won 2022 International Excellence Award for Children's and Young Adults Publishing at the London Book Fair. In 2019, it was awarded the International Excellence Award for Literary Translation Initiatives in recognition of its unique, ambitious, energetic, and inclusive publishing program. A hands-on publisher, she is deeply involved in visualizing, editing, designing, and marketing of Tulika Books. Ms. Radhika Menon.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you to Room to Read for this invitation to give the keynote address at this landmark event, as it is the first time awards have been instituted for children's books in Hindi. Though I must confess, the thank you didn't come very spontaneously when I read the email, as I was filled with trepidation as I read the email. It's very daunting to give a keynote address to a gathering like this. But I also realized that it is in recognition of Tulika's pioneering multilingual publishing and the many firsts and milestones along our 27-year journey. It is in recognition of the books in 9 languages that have reached children everywhere. From rural schools and libraries in distant corners of India, as well as to international libraries. The invitation is indeed an honor, so my sincere thanks. Tulika started publishing multilingual books in 1996, 27 years ago. It has been a long, exciting, and eventful journey. Many questions confronted us when we started. How could we change prevailing attitudes to children's books and create books that reflected a contemporary Indian sensibility? What was clear to us right from the beginning was that the books had to be rooted in the Indian multilingual, multicultural context, where the languages children hear all around them are kept out of the books they read. And how representative or inclusive can such books be? Multilingual publishing was the answer. Simultaneous translations that allowed infusions from the original language so that stories resonated with the sounds of different languages. Our first books were bilingual, a first for children's publishing in India. English text was paired with a regional language. There was no doubt in our minds that the beginner books had to be bilingual because children in India grew up with more than one language. They may speak in a single language, but they are always within hearing distance of other languages. Bringing bilingualism into the books was a natural way to introduce children to languages. Such books are not about language learning. They are about children discovering the world in their own language and simultaneously in a less familiar one. At the same time, it was giving primacy to the children's own language in an environment in which English was fast assuming superiority, a way not to privilege one viewpoint over another. Despite the negative reactions from the market, schools, and the publishing industry, we stayed with our convictions and continued to publish bilingual and single language books in translation. We began with 4 languages and added other languages along the way, and today we publish in 9 languages. We have also published in other languages against orders. Nepali, Oriya, Khasi, Arunachali languages of Mijumishmi, Adi, Patani, Note, and Nishi, Bodo, and Mundari to date. The odds against us were heavy to the point of having to struggle to continue publishing. That is when Room to Read appeared on the children's publishing scene in 2003 when it was first set up. Tulika had started getting inquiries and small orders from NGOs for our Indian language books from around the 2000s. Clearly, there was a need for children's books in regional languages. The challenge was reaching these books to schools, libraries, and non-formal learning centers which needed them. There was no viable distribution avenues for this. Room to Read, with its mandate for setting up libraries in different parts of the country, opened the door for regional language books. From 2003, starting with 20 Hindi picture books, Room to Read has been procuring Tulika's books in significant numbers, and not just in Hindi, but Marathi, Gujarati, Telugu, and Kannada so far. A couple of years, books in Tamil too were taken for Sri Lanka. They did have faced difficulties, and the orders did come down, but they came unfailingly every year. That really was a big boost to our regional language publishing, knowing that we could depend on orders from Room to Read. Of course, they didn't take all books we published, and there was a stringent selection process the books went through. It's amazing that Room to Read were supplying books to the libraries even in the pandemic year. Such was the commitment. With schools closed, libraries were the only access to books for a majority of children. Over the last 8 years, there has been a major shift in attitudes to children's books. Parents and teachers are buying books in languages other than English, including mainstream schools, book distributors, and even bookstores, especially the independent bookstores. There's clearly a growing awareness about children's books, which strangely enough was fueled by the pandemic of 2020. Parents turn to books not just as educational supplements, but as sources of comfort and healing. It was a rediscovery, in a sense, of the value of books in children's everyday lives and how they can become lifelines in uncertain times. Another factor that has had far reaching effects on children's publishing, in fact, all of publishing worldwide, is the incredible growth of e commerce during the pandemic. Even with physical avenues like bookstores, book fairs, and schools being closed, the book distribution coming to a standstill, book sales online grew exponentially, especially children's books, and it's here to stay. The demand was also from many groups who were making great efforts to reach out to children who had no access to any kind of reading materials, with schools closed for more than a year. The Home as a Learning Space program launched by Room to Read during the pandemic helped ensure children had the resources and support needed to continue learning at home. Distribution of digital and physical books was central to the program. It is not just during the pandemic, but the critical role of children's books in times of crisis is widely known to people who work with children, whether it is illness, death, loss of home, family, and war, as we are seeing. It is sickening to see what children are going through in the war raging in Gaza in such a situation when they are deprived of basic necessities. Books to children is book giving access to children in impossible conditions. Where children are deprived of basic necessities, books are far out of their reach. We realize that. But in the Ukraine war, librarians have been making headlines with their amazing efforts of saving libraries and somehow giving access to books to children in impossible conditions. And children are reading. Tulika experienced this firsthand, the need for books in times of crisis during the 2005 tsunami in Chennai. UNICEF, working with children who were traumatized by the tsunami, many of whom were left homeless and lost their families, launched a major program for procuring children's books in Tamil in large numbers. That they couldn't find enough titles in Tamil was a reality. Tulika reprinted all of its Tamil titles for the program. It was the first time we were doing this because the small print of Tamil books we published barely had a market. It is still a slow market, which is telling. We also published a couple of books for children affected by the tsunami. My Friend the Sea by Sandhya Rao and a picture book based on a popular Tamil song about the marriage of two fishes by Gana Ulaganathan. Both were extremely popular. Libraries have played a vital role in promoting books and reading. Room to Read, the largest and earliest library initiative with 1,650 libraries and 13,000 reading corners across 11 states today, set up in villages and towns, in government schools and outside it. Over the years, the work has evolved and now include programs like the literacy program and the girls' education program. Central to their work is children's books in local languages. Sorry. The Bookworm Libraries in Goa, started in 2005, is doing seminal work through the libraries they have set up. Their traveling library has reached many villages, and they have a strong schools outreach program which extends deep into communities as well. Through the library educator courses, they do training and workshops for teachers and librarians in other states, extending their work beyond Goa. One of the strongest and possibly the largest group of advocates of reading is the Free Library Network, FLN, a network of libraries, librarians, and reading advocates. Launched in June 2022, FLN is a coalition of more than 200 free libraries and librarians advocating for the right to read. FLN's vision of a free library is one that is anti-caste, gender, and disability inclusive, delivering library services to all, bringing those who have been historically excluded into reading and thinking together. This vision is at the core of the other libraries as well. Room to Read, which procures regional language books for its library, has come up with detailed data for the last few years, which shows the gaps in the availability of books in the different categories and at various age levels. What are the problems in regional language publishing that creates these gaps? This is a difficult question to answer, as facts and figures are contradictory and confusing. The sales figures of Hindi books are the same as for English books, going by reports. Multilingual publishers like Pratham and Tulika see these trends reflected in their sales. On the other hand, government requirements for books for various programs go up to 1 lakh copies of more than or more of a title in different languages, mainly procured from NBT. Recently, NBT supplied 18 lakh copies of 7 to 8 titles in Hindi to Anganwadis in Madhya Pradesh. This year, NBT also supplied books in Konkani to SSA Goa, a language they didn't publish in. Their mandate is to publish in any language when required, including tribal languages. If it had been a transparent system of acquiring and supplying books for the government, it would have worked to everyone's advantage, with a diverse range of books in different languages reaching children. But this is not the case. The biggest problem is the inordinate delay in receiving payments, which most publishers find difficult to handle. Tulika has been receiving government orders from the very early years, but have not taken it up simply because we couldn't wait for more than a year to receive payments. The problem of access to good books in regional languages was so acute that some of us got together to do something about it. In 2011, PAGE was set up, Publishers Action Group Ensuring Quality Books for Children. The group was formed by publishers of children's books in various Indian languages. The members of the core group were the ANA Book Trust Gurgaon, Anvesha Guwahati, Arvind Kumar Publishers Gurgaon, Center for Learning Resources Pune, Children's Book Trust New Delhi, Eklavya Bhopal, Katha New Delhi, Pratham Books Bangalore, Room to Read New Delhi, Tulika Publishers Chennai. Though Page's efforts were short-lived, we did manage to get the Ministry of Education to introduce a transparent process of selection of good books. A list of the selected books was circulated to all the CBSE schools, even from CBSE schools in the country, and the publishers did receive orders from schools, even from far-flung areas. Obviously, a curated list helps schools choose good books for their libraries, and they welcomed the move. But with the change in government, the scheme was abandoned. It is in this scenario that the initiatives taken by states like Kerala and Delhi for putting the whole process online is a great step in the right direction. The call for submission is sent out to publishers, and the selected books are put up on a site created for this. Schools are given access to the site and they order books online. Publishers access the orders and send out the books to the different districts, to the schools in the different districts. After the books are supplied, the payments are made by them online against digital invoices. The whole process of delivering and paying is done in about 3 months, an extremely efficient and effective way of distribution of lakhs of books to government schools. Other states like Tamil Nadu and Karnataka are looking at implementing the system, and the hope is that it will be taken by other states too, offering a level playing field to all publishers. The problem of availability, access, and quality is the other challenge. Not enough books in the various languages are published, and in some languages, none at all. And the good books published are not available through mainstream distribution channels. Pratham Story Weaver has revolutionized the access to books for children, reaching millions of children worldwide with local, indigenous, and diverse content in many languages digitally. They have come up with a multi-pronged approach that leverages technology for both book creation and distribution. Room to Read has launched the Literacy Cloud, of a free digital library of hundreds of digital books from across the world. It also has read aloud videos and other literacy resources. Clearly, print and digital are needed to meet the challenges of access to books and to promote reading in a country like ours. In its study, Room to Read also highlights a lack of originality in writing in regional languages. Even a cursory look at the book shows a conventionality in stories and approaches. Though I must say, looking through some of the books, which was the first time I was seeing them, did open my eyes to the fact that things are changing, and and there is hope. It was very impressive. The reason could be even a cursory look at the book shows a conventionality in stories and approaches. Even a cursory look at the book show this. The reason could be a certain cultural attitude to childhood in traditional societies, which is typically seen as a stage in life when children need to be disciplined rather than nurtured. This has conditioned the understanding of publishers and writers about what kind of books children should read, Hindi being an exception. Because of the consistent good work of publishers like Eklavya, Katha, Iktara, and several others, Muskan, even in a state like Kerala, this problem is seen. Here there is a dynamic and growing market, successful publishers, a very good network of bookshops, enthusiastic readers, and one of the best government initiatives to reach books to school and community libraries. The Kerala State Institute of Children's Literature publishes the largest number of Malayalam children's books in a year. Despite all this, quality of children's books is disappointing. KSICL has bought rights to as many as 70 of Tulika's titles over the last 10 or 15 years and reprinted in large volumes. They have the distribution network selling 10,000 and more of each title, while we struggled with the 250 copies we printed. Just last month, we have another inquiry for the rights of 8 of our titles in Malayalam from another well known publishing house. The reason is obviously the superior quality of the books compared to original titles being published in the state. This is a tragedy. In other regions too, the story is the same. Economic viability is often given as a reason for indifferent production of books, as they have to be low priced to sell. With little editorial vision or input, the books are of mediocre quality mostly. The problem is also the lack of professional input, whether it is in editorial, design, or production. Cost cutting is unfortunately always in these areas. Shoddy editing in publishing is a reality even among successful publishers of both adult and children's books in English as well. But in children's books, more so, probably because they're seen as simple enough for a person with some competence in the language to handle, and it doesn't need specialized skills. It couldn't be further from the truth. While regional publishing is monolingual, publishing in the language of the region exclusively, in multilingual publishing, the same book is translated into several languages simultaneously. With each language embedded in its own culture, the translated stories reflect the tones, textures, and sounds of another place and community. This enriches the text and creates an understanding of the nature of children's stories and ways of telling them in other languages. This is a larger story of multilinguality. Regional, yet across regions, narrowing cultural distances. For Tulika, it has been most rewarding when books rooted in the local culture, whether Tamil Nadu or Kerala, the deep south, are taken by room to read in Hindi and other languages year after year. The feedback is that these were children's favorite books. Children are not daunted by unfamiliar names of people, places, food, etc. And the illustrations which capture the local settings and characters open new worlds to them. Nothing proves this better than the popularity of Tulika's best-selling series of 5 books, Gajapati Kulapati by Ashok Rajagopalan, in all the languages. It has been the top-selling series from 2000 onwards when the first book was published. And the reason for its appeal to children and adults is the name of the elephant to begin with. Children enjoy saying aloud the rhyming sound of the very South Indian name, Gajapati Kulapati. Children always respond to the musicality of words in languages. I wonder if it is a cultural dichotomy that is at the heart of this problem. Our references in English publishing are Western. Picture books as a genre was not familiar in Indian children's publishing. Writers in Indian languages and translators very often don't have the exposure or experience of picture books that we in English educated we the English educated, that to a certain section, take for granted. In fact, we have come to realize that the concept of a picture book, which is profusely illustrated and has short, simple text, is not natural to many languages. When translated without the understanding of the genre, the text can sound staccato, something writers and translators react strongly to when they reject this kind of storytelling, the local writers or writers in regional languages. But there is no denying the appeal of picture books to young children learning to read and beyond as they become independent readers. Picture books are here to stay, and many publishers are focusing on them. To understand the problem of a lack of originality, perhaps we should look closely at what has worked in children's books and what children growing up read traditionally. Children's magazines were hugely popular, and this was mentioned by both speakers before me. They had stories, and these were published in almost all languages. They had stories, poems, short non-fiction pieces with illustrations, and were not level for ages. It was assumed that all children could read them. They were just child-friendly. It was a more free-flowing space for all kinds of writing, which children would enjoy. Many well-known writers and illustrators have contributed to these magazines, and even today we have Iktara, Iklavya, and all still publishing these magazines, and which have a very wide readership. But when it comes to children's books, attitudes change. They're seen as an extension of textbooks, and their value is in enhancing reading skills. When children's books are written from this perspective, the stories become conventional with wholesome messages and models for children to learn valuable lessons. This was true of Western books too in the early stages of their development. Religious stories with morals were common. But as children's literature evolved, this changed, and children's books became more and more creative in ideas, stories, illustrations, and formats. This did not happen with regional language books, and they remain confined to rigid do's and don'ts, to notions of what is good for children to read. Making children's publishing more open and less prescriptive could open the space for more creativity. Those engaged in publishing and other gatekeepers of children's books have to free themselves of innate biases about the use of language in children's books. Parochial attitudes narrow the space further. And it is not as if these biases are not there in English speaking writers and editors. They are there, but it is more pronounced, I think, in the regional language books. The challenge is to rethink the conventional, often didactic content that typifies these books. Books have to offer content that appeals to children growing up in a world of television, films, and mobile phones where words and visuals come together in exciting and enticing ways. Borrowing from the creative arts like theater, music, poetry, which is very vibrant in all languages, could be inspiring for writers. And as I mentioned, the book, one of our books that is shortlisted is from a film and by a lyricist, Dancing Forest. And suddenly forget the Hindi name, sorry. And the Tamil book I mentioned, based on a film song. And I know poets like Gulzar and so on write a lot for children, which Iktara and Iklavya publish. And so it is happening, but maybe that is a place one can look at. Conversely, the good Indian books in English, there is a lot of mediocrity here too, have a dynamic cultural identity that is changing and evolving constantly. The style and perspective the authors of these books bring to their writing comes from a culturally unique, translated sensibility. Dismissing them as being Western and rootless is to dismiss a growing generation of children who think and speak in English while their experience is rooted in an environment to which regional language adheres. As editors, we do feel at a disadvantage sometimes because we are primarily English speaking. On the other hand, engaging with narratives for children in English first and then in different languages opens our minds to perspectives and shades of meaning that other languages bring. While the author and the translator each see a book in one language only, our editorial decisions are influenced by seeing the book in all 9 languages, starting with the title of the book. This creates a space for a body of literature for children that reflects a connectedness of regions, languages, and cultures while retaining their distinctive character. These, we believe, are books that provide passage from one culture to another. These are books against borders. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your insightful talk. The floor is now open for questions. If you have questions, please raise your hand and a microphone will be passed to you.
Hello. Yeah, so I have this question like ma'am talked about, and otherwise also it
Can
has been.
sorry to interrupt. Can you raise your hand? I think she's trying to spot you.
Yeah. So ma'am, the fact about the gap between demand and supply has been talked about, and I'm somebody. I'm a mother of two kids, and I have tried to look a lot for good quality Hindi books. So, as far as their creation goes, we have heard things about the problems and challenges about that. But my thing is the books that have already been created, are they printed? Can we make sure that they are easier to acquire? It's not. It's my personal experience as a mother that if you go to, I have tried to nearby bookshops, they are present only in, because sometimes we want to see the book, read the book, and then buy, not just all the time from Amazon and Flipkart. So that's not there. So I don't know what are the challenges in making them available, at least near about the bookshops which are near big societies where a lot of children are there. So I think the sales will also improve and the children will be happier getting them.
Well, I wish they would be more accessible. I completely agree about not being able to browse books when you buy online. But as I said, that's a trend that's catching up. Uh, Parents, teachers are um, quite comfortable sitting at home. As I said, it was probably the pandemic that fueled that trend when there was no choice. But now they've got used to it and are quite comfortable sitting at home, looking at the books, getting a sense of it. There's social media where you can go and look at the books. But I agree that this is again only for a certain um, a kind of books, or certain numbers of books, not all books. I mean, that's a space that is so crowded that its discoverability is a huge problem. But I'm afraid that's what it is, and that's how it is. And even now, you don't see there's a change. That's why I said that things have changed, but certainly not enough. I mean, I haven't seen the room to read books or many books by um, other publishers because there is no one place we can see them. And maybe that is something that we have to accept. It's very difficult to be able to do that. Yes, Ishad.
I think my voice can carry through. I think the challenge I see is that there are two genres I'm looking at, right? Young adult and the younger ones. Right? Young adult, of course, the numbers are coming down because I think they're probably not buying print books. They're probably going into other modes of reading. But when it comes to the younger children, unfortunately, even in bookshops or in libraries, the decision maker is an adult.
Sorry?
The decision maker is an adult. So it does change the whole. You can't hear me?
No, that I didn't get.
The
Decision
decision
made
maker is an adult.
Yes, of course.
So how do we tackle that challenge? Because often they have to be convinced and not really the child.
Well, I mean, that's the way it will be. All of us have also bought books for our children, and after some time, they choose their own books. And I'm surprised that you say that the books for older children are have fallen, the sales and the demand. But what I hear is that at the school book fairs and so on, there's a big demand from children for books, chapter books and young adult books, chapter books, particularly the middle level books, and not picture books so much. So, as everything in India, there's never one rule or one viewpoint, and this is one of those, I think.
Ma'am, before asking my question, I would just like to mention one thing. I run a bookshop here, which is probably the largest bookshop for Hindi and regional languages in whole of India, I would say. What I actually wanted to say was this is, see, most of the bookshops here, which are catering to the needs of the people in, are mostly on the basis of the English books, what they keep. On the basis of the English books, what they keep. They are hesitant in keeping the regional languages, only for the reason that they think that there isn't enough demand for those. But since I am running this bookshop for the past almost about 30, 40 years now, and my concept is until and unless you create the availability, you cannot blame the demand for this particular thing. So this was one thing that I just wanted to say. The other thing, in your address, you mentioned the print order of certain of your books, as low as 250 or 300 copies. I mean, is it that it doesn't sell, or is it that people are not aware of these sort of the titles in Indian languages?
It is that it doesn't sell. Even when things have changed, they don't. And it's a more, it's a safer way of publishing in different languages, keeping the numbers small, and then printing them when there is an order. And we do get those orders. Then we do the printing in larger numbers. And quite often, when the number kind of falls short, we'll have to say we can't, which is a pity. But these are problems, I suppose, which are inevitable given the nature of the market, given the nature of our customer base, and but as I said, it is the work of organizations like Room to Read, the larger and smaller NGOs, libraries that have put this, and they're doing great. They have put the spotlight on children's books, particularly regional language books. So that is a very welcome. So I don't know, maybe we just have to be reconciled to these two very different markets and see how to straddle it, which is what we have done from day one, continue to do. It's become a bit easier now.
Hi, Radhika. I just wanted to make a comment. I think one to what Shesh said. I think we all need to work together, whether we create a consortium, but we need to give more agency to children to choose, which I think the networks like you said, Free Libraries Network and all, they definitely encourage that you read what you like, not that, And secondly, I think, again, to do with the consortium, we need to now fight for a space in the retail stores like that ma'am from the back said that she's not able to find, because I think regional books generally are, of course, picture books also are stacked spine-wise in the bookstores. They don't get the space. But because we are spineless, producers of the book, unfortunately. But I think we need to really ask for a shelf and a face up, which is generally traditionally given to English books. So that's it.
Yes, we have talked about the need for collective efforts, and have made several efforts. We'll continue to, and maybe the younger people now the younger publishers will do that. And I think the independent, I have to say that independent bookstores, and there are several that have come up, are doing a great, I don't know how much they're pushing regional language books, but say in Bangalore, of course, everything happens there. And those bookstores, they do make an effort to keep the Kannada books, the Hindi books. In Tamil Nadu, none at all. In Kerala, nothing at all. So this. Well, it's good to know that there is a corner. I don't even see that. So, I mean, I think that problem just continues. It's just that we have occupied a space, I won't say comfortable, but a space having published so many titles. So maybe people know that if they come to our website, they will see a lot of Tamil books or a lot of Malayalam books, but again, you're talking about a very small section. On the other hand, those numbers do work. So maybe not, look at lakhs and so on, but and these numbers do work in the many languages. And as I said, having stayed with it, we have quite a big catalog of books in English and in different languages.
I just want to make one comment here, and this is a request I want to make to all the standalone bookstore owners that we have here. Um, while and this is just my understanding as a mother, because there was a mother sitting in the end who requested that there's a scarcity of book. I have gone through the same, and I think it's very important when the standalone bookstores really encourage the regional books, the availability of regional books. And I think they're right to say demand ही नहीं होगा तो मैं किस लिए रखूंगा, shelf life बढ़ाने के लिए नहीं रखूंगा. It's important for organization like us to work with the school system. I think till the time the Hindi teacher, the English teacher, or the regional language teacher understands that there is a scarcity of books, there is a scarcity of availability of books, then
and they like to add them. So what I'm trying to say is that you have to increase that demand. मैं bookstore पे जाकर तो दिखवा के आती हूँ, तो bookstore का owner हमारे phone करके बताता है. So as a parent, I have to do my bit. As individuals, we have to do our bit. But it is important that we all start working with the school system, whether it is a private school or a government school. And we as a group, Indians, we do understand there is a fascination towards English language. आप गांव में चले जाइए, आप शहर में चले जाइए, आप स्कूल में चले जाइए, माता पिता आपस में कंपटीशन करते हैं कि उसके पेरेंट्स इंग्लिश में बात करें, हिंदी में क्यों करें, आपको इंग्लिश नहीं आती. So I would just say that that mindset, that mind shift has to happen. And if today at least people present in this room really take that, that we will be encouraging reading for regional language, reading in regional language, Hindi language, I think we are then talking about the future where we will
dearth of these books, and the book owners would actually say मुझे shelf बढ़ाना पड़ेगा, चाहे वो हिंदी book के लिए हो, चाहे वो तमिल book के लिए हो, चाहे वो कन्नड़ा book के लिए हो. So I think Radhika ji has raised a really, really important concern here for all of us who are the stakeholders to carry this baton forward. So thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. I hope so too. But as you said, changes in those, somebody said changes in the horizon. So let's be optimistic. Yes, Manisha.
Hi. I just wanted to sort of separate the many things that we are conflating here, because we are expecting the market to lead the cultural shift of ensuring that we all understand why children's literature is important in the field of education. I think the lead may have to be taken far more by the philanthropies to establish that within the system. And, whether it's accessibility through bookshops, I mean, why can't we push for an idea like a building which has several children's bookstores in one place, which has availability in different languages? I believe there is an entire publishing town in Korea which entirely deals with availability and various services related to publishing. I mean, not even going that far, but at least in the major metropolises, why can we not push for one retail space where a whole variety of books are available, instead of relying on the independent bookstores to keep making their little pushes, which are of course very important. But when we're talking about a systemic shift in the understanding of the entire parent community and the school community about the importance of children's literature in language instruction, in literacy, in whatever, all-round personality development and so on, I think it is the philanthropies which may have to be the exemplars in creating those, what is it called? The right kind of demand so that then the market can respond. I think if we expect the market to lead it, it's going to be very hit and miss. I just wanted to make that point.
It is true. And just having been around so long and struggled with books and languages with zero market, that I find things changing, and a little bit far, a long distance to go, but things have changed, and um, I do feel optimistic. But on the other hand, I think we have to keep working hard and can't take that for granted. And we have a Tulika bookstore now, and started about. We always had a little section, but now we do have a bookstore with the little events and so on. And that's one place where we have all 9 languages. I mean, such a pleasure to be able to display them. And we have people from different places, teachers coming there, sitting there, looking at the catalogs, picking up the books, and buying books. But I know that that's again just a drop. I mean, what can one publisher, I mean, when you look at the number of books, very early, and we were probably ahead of our times. We had the Good Books bookstore precisely for this, and it was for all children's books, and particularly books in languages, and so we did have them. But had to close down because there was no demand, and we couldn't keep it up, and so we closed it down, and don't remember the years. I think 2004 5, for about 4 5 years, 2000 to 2005, we had the bookstore. Now maybe there is a funky rainbow bookstore in Bangalore. There were book distributors, but now have a bookstore. They keep Indian language books. So yeah, things are happening, and it'll never be ideal. It'll never be what it should be. But yes, we need to work towards that. Yeah. Yeah. I think she's bringing the.
Hello. I also wanted to say that perhaps in all this, we also need to advocate for the rights of teachers as well. Very often, the entire thing is brought down to the door of the teacher, when actually what happens in schools is also that teaching in the classroom is the last thing that is expected of the teacher now. She or he is a producer of reports, is also a producer of all kinds of records, and the last thing that is actually expected of teacher is for her to be in the classroom and to teach. And in all of that, working with children's literature is at the bottom. Also because perhaps we do not really have a kind of reading culture where the success of a teacher is measured in terms of the results, the marks that her students get, and for her to pass a CTET, which does not even look at whether a teacher is herself a reader or not, because that is like really hardly important. So that's all.
No, I agree. And I think the answer is, for school libraries to become, much more, play a big role. And we have enough models now, like I mentioned, the libraries run by the various organizations, Bookworm, Free Library Network. I mean, I have interacted with the librarians, and it's amazing the level of motivation, the kind of understanding, the awareness, and the kind of books they talk about. Now, that is the kind of thing needed in schools. Just a teacher, a subject teacher, an English language teacher can't be expected to also be able to do all that, which a librarian. And there are all these resources now, workshops and so on, and there are schools, the more privileged schools, and maybe some of the schools where a librarian has taken the initiative, where that is happening. But there's just so much more, and all their work extends beyond just library and just reading, but it's also about other aspects of um, reading. And so that seems such a valuable, such a space with such potential, and that is not being tapped is something that's quite amazing. And I wonder why schools, when they actually make the effort to bring in all kinds of programs which are trending, don't this basic space, a library for a library and for good librarian, in incentivizing them. I mean, I really think that is the answer. And it has started with libraries outside schools.
We'll be taking one last question for the session. Um,
Thank you, Radhika ji. This is me, Shikha. I'm from USAID. First of all, thank you for raising all these important points, because it is not very often that we are able to listen to publishers' point of view. Also, thank you for raising the important concern around the procurement and distribution of books, which sometimes gets lost in all the technical and theoretical discussion around the need for contextually relevant children's literature in schools. As a donor, when we go and speak with the government, I think one of the major challenges is these number of glitches in the supply chain. Supply chain. So, for instance, even if the books are procured, sometimes they're just lying at the block officer's office. And it is when, people like maybe us and you go to schools and we realize, oh, but we gave books, where are the books? That we realize, oh, the book set has been lying at the block officer's office for probably n number of months. One of the things that we are trying to promote is to really acknowledge and identify those barriers through an FLN reporting system. Since foundational literacy and numeracy is so much talked about, and there are dedicated reporting systems, assessment monitoring systems, one of the things that we are trying to build into those systems is, when are the teaching learning materials, including books, received at a particular state district, and what is the time taken to reach to a particular school, and when does the school report that the usage of books by teachers and students has started. I think that's such an important aspect, because not only does that ensure timely feedback on the end usage by the learners themselves, what is being received well, what can we do to improve our work, but also to really address the challenge that you were talking about: delay in payments, delay in placing of orders, and therefore challenges in just kind of printing sometimes and supplying enough number of books. So just wanted to highlight that, and thank you for bringing up the issue on procurement. But I think distribution again remains a much ignored space, and whenever we go and speak to different stakeholders, I think we should all decide to just bring up that concern as well. Thank you.
Yes, which is why I think the whole online process that Kerala and Delhi governments have put in place work wonderfully. Despite all the challenges, not that things are smooth and that there are no problems. Publishers do take advantage, find ways of backdoor entry, and all that goes on because the numbers are just huge. And so publishers can't resist it, but it is still a transparent system, and it does offer a level playing field, well, more or less, but much better. And the problems are huge. We have right now Tamil Nadu, with the Tamil Nadu government, payment is held up because 2 districts haven't signed they can't find it. We have sent it, and they have received it, and but have not, as the whole, and they can't be attending to individual paying invoice by invoice. They have to look at the whole thing. So there are those problems, which is why when it's online, it does work literally one-to-one. It's like the school and you as a publisher. So you deal with it. So I really think that's the way to go. And otherwise, it's a huge challenge everywhere, in every aspect. So I do think so. All of you should be pushing for that, understanding what the problems are. I don't know. But these two are working, and I hear Karnataka and Tamil Nadu also is looking at it. And I think Room to Read is there in Karnataka selecting the books or helping with that selection process. So it started. But I wish that could be done. Thank you.
Thank you. We encourage you to further discuss your thoughts and reflections with Ms. Menon during the lunch break. Moving on, I now request Mr. Shaktibrata Sen, Senior Program Director, Room to Read India, to felicitate Ms. Radhika Menon as a mark of our deep gratitude and appreciation. Thank you once again, Ms. Menon. You're requested to take your seat in the audience.
We will now move on to the next reflection for the day. For this, I would like to invite Mr. Shaktibrata Sen, who would be sharing Room to Read's perspective on the topic, bringing literature into literacy. Mr. Shaktibrata Sen, a leader at Room to Read India, brings over 15 years of expertise in program management, literacy development, and girls' education advocacy. Mr. Sen is a dedicated development professional specializing in early literacy, teacher development, and children's literature. His exceptional work in Indian scripts and languages, along with his passion for integrating children's literature into classroom, distinguishes him among educational leaders. Mr. Shaktibrata Sen, please.
Am I audible? No, I'm not. Yeah. Good afternoon. It is indeed a pleasure to be talking about something which is very close to my heart, which is about literature in literacy. This is also, as Yashika says, I would spend about 10-15 minutes in reflection. And the reflection starts with the background story of what Ratul Chaudhary was trying to present to us, which is literature into the classrooms. But just to point out that little difference, so we can very confidently say that we have been able to bring literature into the classrooms. I mean, thanks to the efforts of my wonderful colleagues, thanks to USAID, thanks to the government, that has been done quite well. But when it comes to literature in literacy, I think there are a few steps to traverse. Let's get this very fine difference. First, when we talk about literacy, what immediately may come to your mind is all about learning the script. Children not learning, we know that discourse for quite some time. That's such a reality that we have to face in schools every day. So we know that children in our primary schools are not reading at a level where they were supposed to read. So we know that. So that comes to our mind when we talk about literacy. When we are talking about learning to decode, learning to learn the script, learning to decode with a certain speed, which is technically called fluency. Yes, we all remember that. That is probably the first thing that comes to our mind when we talk about literacy. But what is literature doing in there? Is it just a fancy statement just to make the narrative a little more rounded? It's actually not. And I also want to bring to the forefront the fact that at this particular point, so when it comes to literature, so literature in classroom is there, but when it comes to literature into literacy, there are certain things still not visible. Let me try and tell you two stories, like two visuals that I have in my mind. So this was a library in one of the states, let me not name that state, and supposed to be a very brilliant, functioning library. Children have taken ownership of that particular library. They are reading. Book check-in and check-outs are very, very regular. So when the state team tell me that, that is a library worth looking at, I said, let's go. And when we reach there, we find that the library is the books are neatly locked up in the book in the almirahs, and the library is non-functioning. A certain kind of an invisibility of the functioning of the library. I said, why is it this way? It is supposed to be very well. No, sir, एक महीने बाद ना बच्चों के एग्जाम्स हैं, सो अभी तो लाइब्रेरी दे नहीं सकते ना, उनको अभी पढ़ाई कर लेने दीजिए, लेट देम स्टडी, उनको वो करने दीजिए, लाइब्रेरी तो अभी नहीं, बच्चे बड़े शोर करते हैं लाइब्रेरी में। हाँ बिल्कुल, मैं तो ऐसे ही पैदा हुआ था, लाइक disgruntled with the society. मैं तो अभी शोर वोर किया नहीं, so I completely understood. And when I was trying to tell that particular head teacher and the library point person that कितने बच्चे हैं आपके क्लास में जिनको पढ़ना आ गया, मतलब पढ़ना मैंने सब बहुत सारे बच्चों को आ गया। मैंने कहा जो बच्चों को पढ़ना नहीं है, are there some students who cannot still read? उन्हें हाँ है। Do you give books to them? नहीं, फायदा क्या है? What's the use of doing that? So देखिए, this is also a complete, ये मुझे दिख रहा है as a phenomenon, it's complete an invisibility of this understanding of literature in literacy. बच्चों के हाथ में किताबें नहीं जा सकते क्योंकि उनको पढ़ना फॉर्मली नहीं आया है. This is one way of talking about this invisibility. There is another very interesting visual that comes to my mind. So this was an university in the Europe. So they had just started to create a laboratory where वहाँ वो लोग बच्चों के ब्रेन मैपिंग कर रहे थे. वहाँ के कुछ बच्चों के ब्रेन मैपिंग कर रहे थे कि जब पढ़ना सीख जाता है बच्चा या पढ़ना सीख रहे हैं, what kind of brain image changes do you get to see? बड़ा इंटरेस्टिंग था और वो दिखा रहे थे. देखिए, जब शुरू कर रहे हैं, what is very interesting to understand that the human brain in one sense is not designed to read. When we, thanks to our neuroplasticity, when we put many of our biological propensities together, we learn to read. और वो दिख जाता है कि कौन सा हिस्सा ब्रेन का थोड़ा लाइट अप हो रहा है और करके दिख जाता है कुछ दिनों में जो फ्लुएंसी आता है that वो काफी localized हो गया है. So they were showing me those slides and मुझे दिख रहा था कि हाँ, so fluent reader जब बन रहे हैं, there is a shorter route that is visible in all of that. मैंने कहा अच्छा, these are children who are just about learning to read. Have you ever mapped the brain of a child who's a evolved reader? Listen, ना बहुत सारे बच्चे हैं ऐसे हमारे यूनिवर्सिटी में. उनके brain images जब दिखाए, I can see the two hemispheres. It's a view from above. उसमें कोई लोकलाइज्ड कोई लाइट वैसा जल नहीं रहा है। मैंने कहा क्या हुआ? लाइक अभी तो लाइट काफी क्लियरली चल रहा था। So what happened when it's deeper comprehension? What's happened to the light? No, actually, ये ना पकड़ना इतना आसान नहीं है, because it's a very deep, a model phenomenon, बड़ा व्याप्त एक phenomenon है, बड़ा deep है। इसको एक localized तरीके से पकड़ना बड़ा मुश्किल है। मतलब, in one sense, deeper comprehension, even to and this was in 2010, people tell me that उसके आगे बहुत काम हो चुका है। So deeper comprehension still is a lot invisible to the human eye when you actually see it neurocognitively. It is a much deeper thing. Is invisibility of this understanding is also visible in all the policies of literacy that we see today. Getting a literature into the classroom is not the same as getting literature into literacy. Classroom में आप ले जाइए, access हो जाए, that's a wonderful step. But when it comes to being a part of instruction, that is where we need to aim at. You would see, आप देखेंगे कि, when we talk about literacy as one of those fundamental rights of children across age groups, across geographies, across the gender spectrum, across the spectrum of economic development, सबके लिए है. If you really want to reach there, and if you really want that empowerment, you must be having a child whose deeper reading has been activated and it's practiced in the classroom as literacy instruction. I'm not trying to say, so let's not be pendulous. ये pendulum की तरह करना जरूरी नहीं है. क्या pendulum की तरह क्या करना जरूरी नहीं है कि whether it's fluency or it's comprehension, whether it's fluency or it's comprehension, ये करने की जरूरत नहीं है. आजकल तो ये this is quite a coveted thing ना, पुराने जमाने की texts को थोड़ा सा कोट करना या उसको करना बड़ा इंटरेस्टिंग है. इस पेंडुलस मूवमेंट अमरकोश अगर आप देखेंगे, उसमें संशय, इंडिसिसिवनेस का जो डेफिनेशन है, उभयवाद स्पर्शी, आई एम फॉरगेटिंग द नेम, उभयवाद स्पर्शी अव्यवस्थित प्रत्यय, मतलब समथिंग विच इज पेंडुलस, विच इज ग्रोइंग हियर, अच्छा ये नहीं, ये उभयवाद स्पर्श, इट इज कमिंग गोइंग, कमिंग एंड गोइंग, कमिंग एंड गोइंग, एंड अव्यवस्थित, वो स्थिर नहीं है अपने विश्वास में. दिस इज वन ऑफ द मेजर एग्जाम्पल्स ऑफ संशय, इंडिसिसिवनेस. आप देखेंगे whenever there is a literacy discourse in the world today, unfortunately, we are seeing that this indecisiveness, which may come in the form, in the facade of being very, very decisive. हम जानते हैं, the library is that not good an investment, वो सब हो सकता है. But this, and उसके पीछे का actual reason है this indecisiveness. As a system, as a society, as a school system for that matter, we really need to get rid of this indecisiveness. We need literature into literacy. Like, it's no use trying to tell me, and it's not about a compromise. 30 साल पहले शायद हम सुनते थे, like we used to hear this whenever we used to go to states. Many people used to say that पद्धति तो वर्णमाला की ही होनी चाहिए. Or there were some institutions who were telling us, no, whole language. And the government Cognitive neuroscience today tells you that reading is only about deep meaning, but it, of course, has a very strong phonics base. This is where we need to have a well rounded discourse of literacy. And this is clearly one of our not only reflection statements that we have as an organization, that, while we are celebrating literature into the classrooms, we must put it onto the table that there are still steps to take. And we will make sure that along with all of you together, we will strive for having having literature in literacy and not only in classrooms. This is where we want to aim. So this is not only a reflection, this is also a target that we have set for ourselves. Over to you, my friends. If there is a question, this is all what I had to say. Yes, please.
Okay, I have a challenge here.
Mm-hmm.
That I would say that literacy in classroom is already happening around 80%. Literacy in classroom is already happening 80%. In fact, every state is a publisher now. If you ask me who's the largest publisher in India, it's the state publishing community which is the largest publisher, right? And that community makes sure that literacy happens in classroom, right? Literacy happens in classroom.
Mm-hmm.
So if you break up the education system into three parts, and some of them would have heard me saying this before, reading for examination, reading for knowledge, and reading for pleasure. I think what we're facing challenge is more of reading for pleasure, not getting into our community, not getting into our schools. Because reading for examination, you have got Maharashtra Education Board, you've got Tamil Nadu Education Board. My suggestion in a previous conference also was that we should encourage these education boards not simply publish textbooks alone, but also publish reading for pleasure. Because when they can subsidize textbooks in the classroom, why can't they also subsidize reading for pleasure, both in a classroom library? So I would be very careful in dissecting that word literacy as to where it sits in.
Right, that's a wonderful question. So literacy is quite a trajectory. And it is also a parallel process. So when I say trajectory, am I trying to say that the lower skills have to happen first, and then the higher skills can happen one day? I think that's the mistake that we as a society and we as a government system have done. I think we really need to understand that it may be sequential when it comes to running a large-scale program on ground. I mean, today you may have the money to do this. Tomorrow, as Shikha was saying, due to some glitches into the distribution, the books did not reach today, and they will reach probably a month later. That little sequence of running the program or the project is accepted. But when it comes to understanding literacy as an individual aspect, it is a parallel process. So there, the reading for information processing, linguistic information processing, and reading for pleasure have to go hand in hand. There has to be lateral linkages. Come and I would request you come and visit any one of those demonstration schools that we run. We can show you how these linkages, these lateral linkages are created in a child's mind, in a child's life. And this lateral linkage is where the child is at, and in terms of a reading level at a particular given point of time, and where the child needs to go, and how do we negotiate that lateral linkage. We can show you that. Many other organizations will be also able to show you that. I'm sure you do it yourself too. Mm-hmm.
I think the challenge we are talking in this room is about the scalability and making that available to a larger group of children in the country.
Yeah, of course. There are certain things which are scaled up easily. For example, when we say fluency or things like that, which are easily measurable and can be done with some effort, They are to be scaled up. And like Room to Read stands for that. But we also need to understand that scaling up, looking at it from a government system, looking at it from a policy landscape, it is also important to look at the child, the dignity of the child. The child at social intersectionalities, where the child needs to become an independent reader. So putting these two together and to be able to scale that, because that's a deep thing to scale up, and that's not easily scalable. So what needs to be done is to create many such centers of excellence in the ecosystem. So we really need to know when we are scaling up that what are those things through which we are going to cut it wide, and what are those pockets where we are going to cut it deep. Maybe a hub and spokes model sort of a thing. So it needs a lot of thought. It needs a lot of planning. I think one of the biggest struggles, come to our office any day, you will find we are howling at each other, only talking about these things. And, which is like, where is that balance? Where is that balance? We are all for scalability. We are all for implementation science. But here we would also want to talk about what is the dignity of the child? What is the child learning in a social intersectionality? How do we look at both of these epistemologically different things at the same time? So it is not easy, we understand, and we are still struggling, and we'll keep on struggling. But I'm telling you, the struggle is more important, because if you can create at least 10 centers of excellence in a scale-up model, I think you have achieved quite a bit. A lot of the message, or a lot of the surround sound has been done. Yes, please.
बहुत ही सिमिलर सवाल है जो अभी सर ने पूछा, जो आप जवाब दे रहे थे। बहुत मल्टीपल चैलेंजेस हैं। हम लोग देख रहे हैं कि पब्लिशर्स बढ़ गए हैं, किताबें भी प्रोक्योरमेंट भी हो रहे हैं, किताबें छप भी रही हैं, और मैं तो कह रहा हूँ पहुँच भी रही हैं। लेकिन अनफॉर्चुनेटली, जहाँ तक मेरा एक्सपीरियंस है, बहुत सारी किताबें, अलमारी की तो बात छोड़ दीजिए, वो अनपैक भी नहीं हो रही है। वो टीचर का प्रॉब्लम है, या सिस्टम का प्रॉब्लम है, या हमने ऐसा कुछ हैबिट, वो जो पहला आपका जो विजुअल्स था कि एग्जामिनेशन से रिलेटेड, चूंकि हमारी ये बुक्स नहीं है, प्लेजर से रिलेटेड बुक्स नहीं है, इसलिए हम उसको पढ़ते नहीं हैं, या हमने एक ऐसा इन्वायरमेंट नहीं क्रिएट कर पाए। पता नहीं, कभी कभी ऐसा लगता है कि जो हम लोग बात करते हैं, ये एक मेट्रोपॉलिटन सिटी के कॉन्टेक्स्ट में ज़्यादा बात करते हैं। हमारे सामने में रूरल इंडिया का कि बहुत बड़ा एरिया है, जिनके पास किताबें पहुंच रही हैं, या पहुंचती हैं तो वो खुलती नहीं हैं, या ऐसा उनके पास इन्वायरमेंट नहीं मिलता है कि वो बैठ के कुछ देर पढ़ा भी जाए, पढ़े। ये एक कैसे इसको हैंडल किया जाए, हम लोग सब लोगों को सोचना चाहिए, वरना ये एक पीरियोडिक एपिसोडिक एक प्रोग्राम से दूसरे प्रोग्राम में शिफ्ट होता जाएगा। तो ये जो आप ब्रेन की बात कर रहे हैं, वो कभी नहीं बन पाएगा। उसके जो मैपिंग है वो वैसे ही एक ही जगह पे फिक्स रहेगा, इसलिए कि हमने वैसा क्रिएट नहीं किया। तो एज ए सबको,
I probably आप चाहते हैं कि मैं इससे सवाल निकालूं? Is that what you want?
Yes. जिम्मेदारी है, responsibility.
So that's Fayaz, who himself deals with a lot of libraries in Pratham Education Foundation. So yes, and this is a major practitioner thing that we have all done, probably, that if you, and we are all very, very convinced today, if you have only created access or only created usage time, that may or may not translate into actual usage. This is also visible. I mean, हमारे RMNE के लोग बैठे हैं. This is they split their hair on this. That access and just the usage time tick does not necessarily mean learning. So how do you actually ensure that that transfer is happening? I mean, मुझे बड़ा डर लगता है when my supervisor, she's right here, like as Fayaz is saying. But this is where we need to work on. So one of the ways Room to Read works on is how to make a library functional. We have indicators for that. So having functionality with the usage of books is extremely important. If you cannot model it yourself, so having a reading campaign, around this whole issue, having the idea of a functional library, we can only call a library sustainable and successful if it is functional. मतलब वो वैसे अलमीरा देख के मेरा कुछ होगा नहीं. It's like, it's almost like, that's the kind of an invisibility that we see in the systems, like the kind of invisibility we saw in that neurocognitive lab. So इस invisibility को ध्यान में रखिए, कुछ करना पड़ेगा. Yes.
I just wanted to share.
Please. उसको थोड़ा हाँ.
Wanted to share a story from the other side. Meaning, you talked about books lying in districts and block offices and so on. And well, we've had that experience of books lying in the crossword bookstore warehouses for a year. And only after badgering them about payment and so on, and so then they came up with the thing, oh, sorry, it's lying in the warehouse, not open. And then they sent it back. So this problem is, well, it's at all levels. The other problem, when we took part in Karnataka government book fairs some years back, it was a way of getting teachers to come and buy books. They were all given, they had budgets. So they had to come to different 2 or 3 places where you had these book fairs, where all publishers with Kannada books were invited. We went to saying, okay, so let's try. Unless we try, we don't know. So we did it. What books were bought? But what was interesting is the people who went to manage the stall, they came back saying many teachers, they had traveled miles by bus and come. And they were not going to carry these bundles of books back. They left it.
Absolutely.
In different places. And even they were shocked, saying they just left those.
Radhika ji, this is actually one of those most practical reasons behind what Shikha was saying, this distribution glitch. Nobody planned this. And the teacher couldn't just carry. I मुझे भी देता, मैं भी carry नहीं कर पाता. Like, the whole bundle. I can't carry so much.
Not an excuse.
Of course, it is a major thing.
There are teachers who took it.
Yeah.
That's always there.
Yeah, many people do, but many people also did not. That's majorly seen. Yeah. I think they're trying to tell me that it's over.
Yes, I think we have been having instigating and insightful discussions, but it would be great if you could take them during lunch or after the event, please. Thank you so much, Shakti.
I mean, whenever I come up to speak, they don't tell me any topic. They just say 15 minutes, 15 minutes, 15 minutes. इससे ज़्यादा कुछ बोलते नहीं हो.
Thank you so much once again. Listening to good stories, it's one of the most joyful experience one can have. We now move to an exciting session on the art of storytelling for children. Let us delve into the enchanting world of narratives that captivate young hearts and stimulate imaginative minds. Get ready for an engaging exploration of the magic and techniques behind effective storytelling for children. Inviting to the stage Mr. Kapil Pandey for the session Kahani Mein Twist.
Mr. Kapil Pandey? Mr. Kapil Pandey discovered his passion for storytelling at the grand old age of 30, when he and his 2-year-old met a monster in the deep dark wood. He is a children's writer, a poet, a drama in education practitioner, and believes in the power of drama to create safe and reflective learning spaces. He is the president of Kutum Foundation that uses drama and football to engage with language and holistic learning. For a living, he uses the design thinking approach to design wayfinding and user experiences. Mr. Kapil has been training primary and middle school teachers across India in the art of using drama as a tool for learning. He sees his foray into the world of stories as a quest to ask complex questions and as an attempt to know himself a little better. Mr. Kapil Pandey. Sure.
Check, check. Right. Yeah, this is a good chair for me. This is a good chair for the guitar. Yeah. और नीचे करिएगा इसको, माइक को नीचे करिएगा. आपने बत्ती क्यों बुझा दी? Please switch the lights on if you don't mind. And if also, is it possible to switch this thing off behind me and not have the video play behind me? I don't know if that's possible. I don't want to see two. I mean, I don't want you to see two of me. एक बहुत है, है ना? अब तो आपने सारी बुझा दी. हमने आपसे कहा जलाने को. Whoever is handling this, please switch the lights on. All of them. There's one thing about हाँ, कोई समझा रहा है. हाँ, हम पे भी डाल सकते हैं, ऐसी कोई दिक्कत नहीं है. Oh, is it? Am I? You can see. देखिए, हम पे आधा घंटे की तलवार लटकी हुई है, ये मत करिए हमारे साथ. And the people as well. और ये भी house lights भी. Yes. Thank you so much. So, can you hear me? Can you switch the monitor on here, please, if you don't mind? I don't think I can hear the guitar here. Can you hear the guitar? I can't. Can you switch the monitor on here? All right, thank you. So, this is a story that when I was a young boy, my nani in Lucknow, I think it was I was in my tweens, so this 12 साल के थे हम. हमें हमारी नानी सुनाती थी लखनऊ में. तो I would have said that this is a central UP folk tale. But then much later, about 15 years ago, maybe 10, I read this in a compilation of stories that comes from Rajasthan. Wonderful storyteller Vijaydan Detha. उनके संकलन में भी इसको पढ़ने को मिला. तो अब I can't locate this folk tale. I don't think I've stopped locating folk tales. Pointless activity है. But one thing about folk tales is that, and this is a rule, that जहां पे भी लोक कथा सुनाई जा रही हो, वहां वो कथा, वो कहानी उन सभी लोगों की जिम्मेदारी है. You can't put all the blame on me. और ताकि we can sort of get in tune with each other, कि हम जिम्मेदारी ले पाएं, we need to do a bit of a get in tune with each other. Are we ready for that? All right, let's see. So this is something we have to sing together, okay? Dittan 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 dub dub durra. Louder, once again, huh? So this is all gibberish. 4 ditans, 2 dubs, 1 durra, okay? Dittan 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 dub dub durra.
कौन है मदारी यहाँ, कौन जमूरा? मदारी जमूरा पता है आप लोगों को? हाँ, आई मीन कुड बी एनीबडी ना? हाँ, आप देश के कॉन्टेक्स्ट में देखना चाहें, देश के कॉन्टेक्स्ट में देख लीजिए, क्लासरूम के कॉन्टेक्स्ट में देखना चाहें तो भी देख लीजिए, व्हाटएवर सॉर्ट ऑफ सूट्स यू। दितन 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 डब डब दुर्रा, कौन है मदारी यहाँ, कौन जमूरा? क्या बात है, बहुत सुरीले लोग हैं आप लोग, साथ में करेंगे। 1 2 3 गो। दितन 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 डब डब दुर्रा, कौन है मदारी यहाँ, कौन जमूरा? वंस मोर। दितन 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 डब डब दुर्रा, लाउडर। कौन है मदारी यहाँ, कौन जमूरा? कुर्सी पे जो बैठा उसे मैं बादशाह समझा, और खुद को समझ बैठा मैं चीड़ी का तुर्रा। दितन 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 डब डब दुर्रा, कौन है मदारी यहाँ, कौन जमूरा? कौन है मदारी यहाँ, कौन जमूरा? हे, कौन है मदारी यहाँ, कौन जमूरा? तो पता नहीं इसे इत्तेफाक कहें या विधि का विधान, जहां कहीं भी इंसानों का बसेरा होता है, कुत्ते जरूर अपना डेरा बसा लेते हैं। और जहां आपको कुत्ते दिख जाएं, वहां इंसान तो डेफिनेटली मिलेंगे। जाने कितने सैकड़ों हजारों साल पुराना है कुत्तों और इंसानों का रिश्ता। एक गांव की कहानी है ये। गांव में एक रईस सेठ ने 108 सुनहरी अशरफियों के बदले एक बंजारे से सिंध में जन्मा एक खौफनाक कुत्ता खरीद लिया। कुत्ते का नाम था नाहर। और नाहर के मतलब जानते हैं आप लोग? शेर। और ठीक जैसा उसका नाम वैसी उसकी सूरत, वैसी सीरत। उसका भौंकना भी शेर की दहाड़ से कम नहीं था। बड़ी आंखें, चाकू से भी ज्यादा चुभीले दांत, बीर बहुटी की सी लाल जबान, लंबा चौड़ा तगड़ा। सेठ जी बहुत खुश, बहुत प्रसन्न। और क्यों ना हो, उन्हें अपनी अब तमाम धन दौलत की रखवाली के लिए एक खौफनाक और दिलेर चौकीदार जो मिल गया था। ऐसा खौफनाक जानवर ही उन्हें चोर उचक्कों की चिंता किए बगैर अब चैन की नींद दिलवा सकता था। तो चोर उचक्के तो छोड़िए, साक्षात लक्ष्मी जी भी ऐसे खौफनाक जानवर के डर से हवेली के बाहर कदम न रख पाए। नाहर रात भर हवेली के बाहर कड़ा पहरा देता, और कोई भी चोर आसपास मंडराता भी तो लौट के अपने घर नहीं, यमलोक के द्वार खटखटा रहा होता। सेठ जी अपने पहरेदार कुत्ते पे जान छिड़कते थे, उसे अपने बेटे के जैसा दुलार और प्यार करते थे। पर बेचारा नाहर क्या करे, अगर सेठ जी का अपना खून, उनका अपना इकलौता बेटा उन्हीं के खिलाफ चोरों के साथ सांठ-गांठ करके उनकी तमाम धन दौलत लूटने की योजना बना रहा। अब नाहर के लिए तो मालिक का बेटा भी मालिक के समान ही था, वो कैसे उस पे शक कर सकता था। तो एक रात को नाहर को बहलाते फुसलाते हुए सेठ जी के बेटे ने अपने झोले से एक लोहे का तार निकाला और नाहर के मुंह के चारों ओर कस के बांध दिया। और इससे पहले नाहर को कुछ समझ आता, उसके चारों पैर भी एक मोटे रस्से से बंधे हुए थे। वो ना तो खड़ा हो पा रहा था, ना कोई आवाज निकाल पा रहा था। नाहर ने अपने मुंह का तार और रास्ता तोड़ने के लिए जमीन में घिसट घिसट के दोनों चीजों को तोड़ने की बहुत कोशिश की, ताकि वो किसी तरीके से अपनी आवाज सेठ जी तक पहुंचा सके। रास्ता और तार तो नहीं टूटे, पर इस चक्कर में उसका शरीर बुरी तरह छिल गया। इस बीच चोरों ने तिजोरी से अपना हाथ साफ किया, बेटे के साथ हिसाब किताब किया, और रातों रात चोर और बेटा गांव से 9-11 हो गए। सुबह जब सेठानी जागी तो उन्होंने नाहर को बंधा पाया। नाहर को बंधा देख सेठानी कांप उठी और तिजोरी के कमरे में दौड़ी। तिजोरी को खाली देख सेठानी जोर जोर से चीखने लगी, चिल्लाने लगी, रोने लगी कि यार क्या कहा होगा उन्होंने, हाय हाँ बर्बाद हो गए और लुट। आप सबने भी वही फिल्में देखी जो हमने देखी। हाँ हम लुट गए, क्या कहते, हम बर्बाद हो गए। अब सेठ जी का जागने का वक्त अभी तक हुआ नहीं था, लेकिन सेठानी की चीख पुकार सुन के वो भी दौड़े दौड़े तिजोरी वाले कमरे में चले आए। अब जो होना था वो तो हो चुका था, पर नाहर अभी भी जिंदा था। पता नहीं किस जन्म का बदला लिया है इस कुत्ते ने हमसे। दिखा दी ना कुत्ते की औकात। जिस थाली का खाना खाया उसी में छेद कर दिया, जिस हाथ से खाना खाया उसी को काट लिया। अगर इसने अपना काम ठीक से किया होता तो चोर तो दूर, मौत भी उल्टे पांव भाग ली होती। कमबख्त ने नाहर नाम पे हमेशा के लिए कलंक लगा दिया। सेठ जी ने जूतों से, चप्पल से, हाथ से, पैर से बुरी तरह नाहर को पीटना शुरू कर दिया। नाहर की आंखों से आंसू बहे जा रहे थे। वो आस भरी निगाहों से अपने मालिक की तरफ देख रहा था। अगर उसके बस में होता तो कल रात जो हुआ वो कभी ना होने देता। पर सेठ जी कम से कम उसके मुंह का बंधा हुआ तार तो खोल सकते थे। इस तरीके से अपनी कल रात हुई का जो वाकया था, जो बात हुई थी, वो उन्हें समझा पाता। खैर, सेठानी में थोड़ी सी समझ थी। सेठानी ने नाहर का मुंह का बंधा हुआ तार और पैर का रस्से दोनों खोल दिए, पर सेठ जी को उससे भी कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ा। उन्होंने मेरी सारी धन दौलत मुझसे छिन गई, दफा हो जाए यहां से। नाहर खून के आंसू रो रहा था। बोल पड़ा, मालिक, मुझे आपकी पीड़ा, आपका दुख दिखाई दे रहा है, पर आप ही बताइए मैं क्या करता। आपका इकलौता बेटा धोखेबाज निकलेगा ये ना आप जानते थे ना मैं, तो उसकी गुनाहों की सजा मुझे क्यों दे रहे हैं? तो सेठानी बोल पड़ी, अरे इंसान तो वैसे भी पैसे के लिए एक दूसरे का गला काटने का है, तू क्यों भ्रष्ट हो गया? ऐसा कहने से पहले मुझे मार डालती तो बेहतर होता मालकिन। अरे हम अपने हाथ क्यों खून से रंगे? अगर तुझमें जरा सी भी शर्म है तो जा किसी नदी या तालाब में जाके डूब मर। यकीन करें मालिक, मैं बेकसूर हूं। मैं कैसे आपके इकलौते बेटे पे शक कर सकता था? कुत्ते संसार के सबसे नीच प्राणी हैं। नाहर बुरी तरह जख्मी था, पर सेठ जी की मारपीट ने उसे इतनी चोट नहीं पहुंचाई थी जितने उनके चुभीले अल्फाजों ने। उसने एक लंबी सांस ली और कहा, पीढ़ी दर पीढ़ी हम कुत्ते आपके वफादार बन के आपके साथ रहे, पर हमें बदले में क्या मिला? आपके जूते, आपकी मार, आपकी गालियां। हमने क्या क्या जुल्म नहीं सहा। इसके बावजूद कि मैं बेगुनाह था, बेकसूर था, आप लगातार मुझ पे अपने गालियों के बाण बरसाते रहे। पर आज मैं प्रण लेता हूं, जब तक जिंदा हूं किसी भी इंसान के घर कदम नहीं रखूंगा, और ऊपर वाले से दुआ करता हूं कि कोई और कुत्ता अब किसी भी इंसान का पालतू बन के ना घूमे। मेरा बचा हुआ जीवन अब हम कुत्तों के उत्थान के लिए समर्पित होने वाला है। तुम कुत्तों को एक दूसरे को पे भौंकने, मारने, पीटने से फुर्सत मिले तब तो कोई उत्थान की सोचे तुम्हारी। बड़ा उत्थान करेंगे। नाहर दोनों की तरफ देख के मुस्कुराया और चल दिया। अगले 4-5 दिन तो उसके शरीर के जख्म भरने में ही लग गए, पर उसके बाद उसने काफी वक्त कुत्तों की परिस्थिति, उनकी दुर्दशा के बारे में सोच विचार करने में बिताया, और यह भी कि वो कैसे उनकी परिस्थिति बदलने का काम कर सकता है। नाहर पहले से ही अपने कुत्तों के समुदाय में अपनी बहादुरी और दिलेरी के लिए मशहूर था, फेमस था। पर जब बाकी कुत्तों ने उसे सुना तो वो डर गए। बोले, नाहर तो पगला गया है, वो इंसानों से पंगा लेने चला है। इंसान बड़े आराम से हम कुत्तों के बगैर जी सकते हैं, हम कुत्ते इंसान के बगैर एक दिन भी नहीं टिक पाएंगे। अगर हमने इसकी बातों पे गौर करना शुरू कर दिया तो कुत्तों के सर्वनाश के दिन दूर नहीं। नाहर ने एक कुत्तों की बस्ती की योजना रखी थी, सिर्फ कुत्तों की बस्ती। पर इस कुत्तों की बस्ती को लकड़भग्गों और जंगली जानवरों से कौन बचा पाएगा? इंसानों के साथ हम कुत्ते खुश हैं, सुरक्षित हैं। रोटी, दलिया, मक्खन, पका हुआ मांस, दूध, दही, सब्जियां, मिठाइयां, क्या क्या खाने को मिलता है इंसानों के साथ, उन सब चीजों का बंदोबस्त कैसे हो पाएगा अपनी बस्ती में? हमारा ख्याल कौन रखेगा? कोई पागल ही होगा जो सिर्फ कुत्तों की बस्ती बसाना चाहेगा। पर नाहर जानता था कि शुरुआत कुछ ऐसे ही होगी। वो जानता था कि बाकी कुत्ते उसकी बातों पे हंसेंगे, उसे पागल कहेंगे, उसका मजाक उड़ाएंगे। और वो ये भी जानता था कि बाकी कुत्तों की जो आदतें थीं इंसानों के साथ रहते रहते, उन्हें बदलना अपने आप में एक हर्क्यूलियन टास्क, एक भागीरथ प्रयास से कम नहीं था। पर जो बाकी कुत्ते जो लक्ष्य, जो मंजिल नहीं देख पा रहे थे, वो मंजिल नाहर को साफ साफ दिखाई दे रही थी। क्या थी वो मंजिल? Any idea? No? चलिए रिपीट आफ्टर मी। वो मंजिल थी आजादी, 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 आजादी सब इंसानों से, इस जुल्म और सितम से। वो प्यारी प्यारी, वो मीठी मीठी, सब इंसानों से। नाहर एक एक करके हर कुत्ते के पास अपनी योजना लेके गया। हर कुत्ते को उसने अपनी बात 10-10 बार समझाई। और बहुत धीमे धीमे कुछ कुत्तों को उसकी बात समझ आने लगी। और बहुत धीमे धीमे इन कुत्तों के नंबर्स, संख्या बढ़ने लगी। और बहुत धीमे धीमे उसकी इस लगन का फल उसे मिलना शुरू हो गया। और बहुत, इतना धीमे मत बोलिए, और बहुत बाकी गांव और शहरों से बड़ी तादाद में कुत्ते आने लगे। और बहुत इन कुत्तों ने एक जंगल के बीचों बीच अपनी एक बस्ती बसाने का काम शुरू कर दिया। और बहुत 11,000 कुत्तों की एक बस्ती बस गई। 11,000 कुत्तों का एक गांव कहिए। सब कुत्तों ने गांव का नाम रखा नाहरगढ़। और बहुत जल्द नाहरगढ़ का नाम एक जंगल की आग की तरह दूर दूर तक फैल गया। नाहर बहुत खुश था, ही वाज वेरी हैप्पी, पर पूरी तरह संतुष्ट नहीं था। क्या ये 11,000 कुत्ते, ये एका, ये मेल, ये यूनिटी बनाए रख पाएंगे? ये परखना बहुत जरूरी था। तो नाहर ने तय किया कि वो सभी कुत्तों को अपने साथ बनारस लेके जाएगा गंगा नहाने। देखिए, बनारस कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी की जो रेलेवेंस है वो तब भी उतनी थी जितनी आज है। जब उसने बाकी कुत्तों से बात करी तो किसी ने चूं तक नहीं कही। सब तुरंत राजी हो गए। और बनारस के रास्ते ना तो कोई कुत्ता भौंका, ना गुर्राया, ना किसी ने कोई शिकायत की। किसी गांव के लोगों को पता चलता कि नाहरगढ़ के कुत्ते आने वाले हैं तो वो उन सबके आदर सत्कार की तैयारी में जुट जाते। नाहर को माला पहनाई जाती और बाकी कुत्तों के लिए खाने पीने और आराम के लिए जगह बनाई जाती। जैसे जैसे बनारस नजदीक आता चला गया, नाहर के प्रति बाकी कुत्तों का जो सम्मान था वो बढ़ता चला गया। और बनारस पहुंचते ही सभी कुत्ते अलग अलग घाटों में बढ़ गए। सभी ने गंगा का चौड़ा पाठ 2 बार तैर के पार किया। और नाहर के आदेश मिलते ही सभी तुरंत गंगा से बाहर निकल आए और अपने गांव नाहरगढ़ की तरफ वापस चल दिए। लकड़ भग्गे तो क्या, इंसान भी नाहरगढ़ के कुत्तों के इस बल प्रदर्शन यानी शो ऑफ स्ट्रेंथ को देख के चुप्पी साधे हुए थे। इसीलिए नाहर ने जब सभी गांव के लोगों से 2-2 प्रतिनिधियों को बुलवाया तो किसी ने भी मना करने की जरूरत नहीं की। सब दौड़े दौड़े चले आए। तो अलग अलग गांव से आए हुए 300 लोग नाहर के आगे हाथ जोड़े खड़े हुए थे। सेठ और सेठानी भी थे इस भीड़ में। नाहर की निगाह उन पे पड़ी, उसने उनको आगे बुलाया। आप सोच रहे होंगे कि मैंने आपको यहां आपसे बदला लेने के लिए बुलाया है, पर ऐसा नहीं है। अरे मैं तो आपका ऋणी हूं। अगर आप ना होते तो नाहरगढ़ की स्थापना कैसे होती? पर मेरे पास ये चाय पे चर्चा का अब कोई वक्त नहीं है, इसलिए आप सब के सब कान खोल के सुन लीजिए। अब से हम सारे कुत्तों के खाने पीने और सेहत की जिम्मेदारी सिर्फ और सिर्फ आप लोगों की होगी। आप चंदा इकट्ठा कीजिए या अपनी तिजोरियों को थोड़ा टटोलिए। पीढ़ी दर पीढ़ी आप लोगों ने हम कुत्तों का जम के शोषण किया है, अब उसका मुआवजा देने का वक्त आ गया है। हमें रोज बड़ी बड़ी थालियों में रोटी, घी, मांस और दलिया मुहैया कराया जाए और अलग अलग गांव से बारी बारी 50 लोगों को हमारी देखभाल के लिए भेजा जाए और हमारे बारे में गलत सोचने वाले को हम छोड़ेंगे नहीं। नाहर जो है अब अपने समुदाय में केवल एक नेता नहीं रह गया था, वो एक राजा, एक सम्राट बन चुका था और किसी भी राजा का पालन के आदेश का पालन ना करने वाले को सिर्फ एक ही सजा मिलती है, मौत। खैर, बाकी लोगों ने एक नाहरगढ़ के लिए जो मदद करनी थी करनी शुरू करी। हर महीने नाहरगढ़ में अब राशन आने लगा। नाहर के आदेश के अनुसार सभी कुत्तों के लिए टेंट नुमा शिविर बनाए गए और गांव के बीचों बीच, नाहरगढ़ के बीचों बीच एक किला खड़ा किया गया, नाहरगढ़ का किला, नाहर का किला। अब नाहर चूंकि सबके लिए एक राजा बन चुका था, नाहर हर पूनम की रात को, हर पूर्णिमा की रात को सबको इकट्ठा करता था और एक ही बात हर कुत्ते से करता था। साथियों, मेरे रहते आपको अब कोई खतरा नहीं है। हां, एक खतरा जरूर है, वो है इंसान। इंसान पे अगर हमने भरोसा किया तो उसके जिम्मेदार हम खुद होंगे। हम कुत्ते जैसे जैसे सशक्त होते जा रहे हैं, इंसान अपने घरों में बैठा हमारे खिलाफ षड्यंत्र रचने पे लगा हुआ है। जो इंसान अपने परिजनों, अपने दोस्तों, अपने परिवार वालों को बेहिचक छल सकता है, वो हमें धोखा देने में तो एक बार भी नहीं सोचेगा। इसलिए इंसान को दबा के, डरा के रखना बेहद जरूरी है साथियों। ये डर है जिसके कारण वो आज हमारा नौकर बना हुआ है, वरना वो कब का हमारे नाहरगढ़ का सर्वनाश कर चुका होता। इसलिए ध्यान रहे, इंसान का साथ दिया यानी नाहरगढ़ के सर्वनाश का साथ दिया। नाहर के ये बोल हर कुत्ते के दिलो दिमाग पे बस चुके थे। 1 लाख कुत्ते हो गए थे अब नाहरगढ़ में और नाहर जानता था कि सिर्फ और सिर्फ वो खुद इतनी बड़ी आबादी की जिम्मेदारी उठा सकता है। उसने ना तो केवल नाहरगढ़ की स्थापना करी थी, बल्कि एक ऐसी आबादी जो एक दूसरे पे भौंकने, मारने, काटने के लिए मशहूर है, उन्हें एकता का सबक सिखाया था। ऐसा काम तो सिर्फ ऐसा कोई कर सकता है जिसमें स्वयं ईश्वर बसते हो। शायद यही बात थी, नाहर में जरूर ईश्वर का वास था। King of the land, our mighty king, our hero, our protector, oh, he's divine. King of the land, our mighty king, our hero, our protector, oh, he's divine. King of the land, our mighty king, our hero, our protector, oh, he's divine. King of the land, our mighty king, our hero, our protector, oh, he is divine. These are your lines, by the way. King of the land, our mighty king, our hero, our protector, oh, he is divine. Okay, let's try this. 1, 2. King of the land, our mighty king, our hero, our protector, oh, he is divine. King of the land, our mighty king, our hero, our protector, oh, he is divine. King of the land, our mighty king, our hero, our protector, oh, he is divine. King of the land, our mighty king, our hero, our protector, oh, he is divine. He's always right and never wrong, our king of the land, our mighty king, our hero, our protector. Oh, he's divine. He's always right and never wrong, our king of the land, our mighty king, our hero, our protector. Oh, he's divine. He's always right and never wrong, our king of the land, our mighty king, our hero, our protector. Oh, he's divine. He's always right and never wrong, our king of the land, our mighty king, our hero, our protector. Oh, he's divine. We love him like a father, and he's always right and never wrong, our king of the land, our mighty king, our hero, our protector. Oh, he's divine. We love him like a father, and he's always right and never wrong, our king of the land, our mighty king, our hero, our protector. Oh, he is divine. We love him like a father, and he's always right and never wrong, our king of the land, our mighty king, our hero, our protector. Oh, he is divine. We love him like a father, and he's always right and never wrong, our king of the land, our mighty king, our hero, our protector. Oh, he is divine. In his name we toe the line, we love him like a father, and he's always right and never wrong, our king of the land, our mighty king, our hero, our protector. And it's because of him we all are fine, because our Nahar is truly divine. नाहर को अब लगने लगा था कि ये सृष्टि, ये संसार उसी के इशारों पे चलते हैं। वो हर सुबह सूर्योदय से पहले जाग जाता और अपने मन में कहता, अब सूर्य उदय होने का वक्त हो गया है। वो कहता, बारिश का बहना, बारिश का बरसना, बिजली का कड़कना, नदियों का बहना, ये सब के सब उसी की आज्ञा का पालन कर रहे हैं। नाहरगढ़ के कुत्तों को अपने नेता, अपने राजा, अपने सम्राट पे बेहद गर्व था। पर अगले साल तक नाहरगढ़ की जनसंख्या 3 गुना बढ़ गई थी। जो राशन आता था वो कम पड़ने लगा था, जो खाना बनता था वो कम पड़ने लगा था, जो 50 लोग आते थे देखभाल के लिए वो कम पड़ने लगे थे। एक असंतोष की लहर बहने लगी थी नाहरगढ़ में। तो नाहर ने पूरे गांव में ऐलान करवा दिया कि किसी भी कुत्ते के जोड़े का अब से 1 से ज्यादा बच्चा नहीं हो सकता, नॉट मोर देन 1 चाइल्ड पर कपल। और ताकि नाहरगढ़ वासी विद्रोह ना कर बैठे, उसने हर आए दिन ऐलान करना शुरू करवा दिया कि इंसान उनका सबसे बड़ा दुश्मन है। खबरदार, होशियार, इंसान कभी भी हमला कर सकता है। इससे नाहरगढ़ वासी जरूर बुरी तरह डरे हुए थे, पर वो एक बात से निश्चिंत थे कि नाहर उनकी सुरक्षा के लिए कोई भी कसर नहीं छोड़ेगा। अब इन रोज की उद्घोषणाओं से को सुनकर हेलिया नाम का एक कुत्ता था जिसे शक होने लगा, और उसने अपनी बातें अपने रिश्तेदारों, अपने जानने वालों, अपने दोस्तों से करनी शुरू कर दी। और बहुत धीमे धीमे एक ऐसा गुट तैयार हो गया जो नाहर के हर आदेश, हर योजना को शक की निगाह से देखने लगा। नाहर को जब ये बात पता चली तो उसके दिल को बड़ा ठेस पहुंची। उसे लगा कि जिस प्राणी में स्वयं ईश्वर का वास हो उस पर कोई कैसे शक कर सकता है। उसने तय किया कि इन देशद्रोहियों का खात्मा नाहरगढ़ की सुरक्षा के लिए बेहद जरूरी है। वो मौके की तलाश में था कि एक सुबह उसे पता चला कि नाहरगढ़ के नजदीक से एक बैलगाड़ी गुजरने वाली है। उसने जोर की दहाड़ लगाई जिससे पूरा नाहरगढ़ इकट्ठा हो गया। साथियों, जिस खतरे की बात मैं आप सबसे इतने दिनों से करता आ रहा हूं, उसका सामना करने का वक्त आ गया है। हमारी एकता, हमारी शक्ति का टेस्ट लेने का वक्त आ गया है। आप सब में जितना जोर है, जितनी ताकत है, उसे आजमाने का वक्त आ गया है। एक बार नाहरगढ़ की सुरक्षा के लिए आप सब पूरा जोर लगाकर भौंकिए। एक बार नाहरगढ़ की सुरक्षा के लिए आप सब पूरा जोर लगाकर भौंकिए। ये यहां का हाल है। खैर, नाहरगढ़ में कि जो कुत्ते जब भौंके तो उसकी गूंज दूर दूर तक सुनाई दे रही थी। इंसान हमारी तरक्की, हमारी प्रगति, हमारी एकता से जलने लगा है साथियों, और उसने ये बैलगाड़ी में हमारी मौत का सामान भेजा है। पर हमें धीरज से काम लेना होगा साथियों, क्योंकि इंसान चाहता है कि हम सबसे पहले हमला करें, और वो हम पे उस पहले हमले का आरोप लगाना चाहता है, पर हम अपना आपा नहीं खोएंगे। बैलगाड़ी अब काफी नजदीक आ चुकी थी, उसकी आवाज काफी अच्छे से सुनाई दे रही थी। हेलिया थोड़ा आगे बढ़ा, उसने ध्यान से देखा, उसको समझ आ गया क्या बात है, और चिल्लाया, हमें लगता है कि हम सबको कोई गलतफहमी हुई है। इस बैलगाड़ी में हमारी मौत का सामान नहीं, केवल बांस की कुछ लकड़ियां हैं जिन्हें इंसान अपने बागीचों के चारों ओर लगाता है। इससे हमें कोई खतरा नहीं। नाहर ने कस की दहाड़ लगाई। तुम्हें क्या लगता है मैं बेवकूफ हूं? मुझे खतरा पहचानने की समझ नहीं है? मैं नाहरगढ़ का संस्थापक हूं या तुम? मैं हम सबके लिए इंसानों से लड़ा था कि या तुम? मेरे इस खतरे की घड़ी में मेरे आदेशों पे सवाल उठाने का मतलब है हम सबकी मौत को दावत देना। साथियों, एक बार फिर से नाहरगढ़ की सुरक्षा के लिए और थोड़ी अपनी इज्जत रखने के लिए एक बार जोर लगा के भौंकिए। दिस वाज बेटर। हेलिया कुछ कहना चाह रहा था, लेकिन इस भौंक की गूंज में इस भौंक की गूंज में उसकी आवाज कहीं पिघली जा रही थी, खो जा रही थी, कि तभी वो बैलगाड़ी नाहरगढ़ को पार करके निकल गई। हेलिया ने उस तरफ इशारा किया और फिर से चिल्लाया, देखा, मैं कह रहा था ये इसमें केवल बांस की लकड़ियां हैं, इससे हमें कोई खतरा नहीं है। बेवकूफ, खतरा अभी हटा नहीं है, बस कुछ देर के लिए टल गया है। अगर इंसान ने रात को हमला कर दिया तो हम कुत्ते कुछ भी नहीं कर पाएंगे। साथियों, मैं इस बैलगाड़ी के पीछे जाके देखता हूं और समझने की कोशिश करता हूं कि इंसान क्या षड्यंत्र रच रहा है हमारे खिलाफ। ये कहते ही नाहर उस बैलगाड़ी के पीछे दौड़ पड़ा, और बैलगाड़ी के पास पहुंचते ही दौड़ते दौड़ते वो अंदर रखी बांस की लकड़ियों का मुआयना करने लगा। अब नाहर और बैलगाड़ी दोनों एक ही सुर, एक ही लय, एक ही ताल में दौड़ रहे थे। थोड़ी देर बाद किसी वजह से बैलगाड़ी रुकी तो नाहर के पैर भी रुक गए। नाहर को यकीन हो चला कि बैलगाड़ी भी उसी की वजह से रुकी है। बैलगाड़ी चली तो नाहर भी चल पड़ा। इस पूरे सफर में बैलगाड़ी ठीक उसी जगह रुक रही थी जहां नाहर रुक रहा था, और ठीक उसी समय चल रही थी जब नाहर चल रहा था। नाहर को अपनी अब दैविक शक्तियों पे कोई संदेह नहीं रह गया था। मुस्कुराया और नाहरगढ़ की ओर वापस चल दिया। हेलिया और उसकी टोली को छोड़कर पूरा नाहरगढ़ अपने नेता, अपने राजा, अपने सम्राट का बेसब्री से इंतजार कर रहा था, और नाहर को आते देख सब खुशी से भौंक उठे। साथियों, ऐसा कुछ नहीं है अब इस संसार में जो कि आपका ये नाहर करने में सक्षम नहीं है, और अब आपको चिंता करने की कोई जरूरत नहीं है। मैंने उस बैलगाड़ी को बहुत बारीकी से देखा, और मुझे कहना होगा उस बैलगाड़ी और मेरी कोई बराबरी नहीं है साथियों। वो बैलगाड़ी मेरे ही इशारों पे चलती है और मेरे ही इशारों पे रुकती भी है। पूरा नाहरगढ़ मंत्र मुक्त था, रैप्ट अटेंशन। पूरा नाहरगढ़ हाथ जोड़ के सर झुकाने वाला था, क्योंकि सबको अब लगने लगा था कि नाहरगढ़ जरूर किसी देवता का स्वरूप है, जरूर किसी देवता का स्वरूप है। सब झुकी रहे थे कि तब हेलिया चिल्लाया, अब जब आप यहां थे तब कैसे वो बैलगाड़ी बिना आपके इशारे के नाहरगढ़ की ओर चली आ रही थी, और जब आप यहां वापस आ गए हैं तब कैसे उस बैलगाड़ी के पहिए दूसरी दिशा में चलते चले गए? तुम्हारे इन बेवकूफी के सवालों का मुझ पे कोई असर होने वाला नहीं है, पर हां, ऐसे खतरे की घड़ी में अपने साथियों को गुमराह करना और उन्हें उकसाना देशद्रोह से कम नहीं है। साथियों, इतिहास गवाह है कि ऐसे खतरे की घड़ी में ऐसे ही गुमराह करने वाले प्राणी अपने साथियों को सर्वनाश के कुएं में ढकेल देते हैं। हमें ऐसे देशद्रोहियों को बिल्कुल भी बर्दाश्त नहीं करना चाहिए। साथियों, मुझे आप सबकी जान की चिंता है, पर उससे ज्यादा चिंता मुझे नाहरगढ़ की एकता और अखंडता पे है। उखाड़ फेंकिए ऐसे देशद्रोहियों और ऐसे पापियों को। टोली पे झपटी और कुछ ही देर में उनके चिथड़े चिथड़े कर दिए। नाहरगढ़ आज भी फल फूल रहा है। नाहरगढ़ आज भी फल फूल रहे हैं। थैंक यू। You repeat after me. राजा बोला रात है तो रानी बोली रात है, तो मंत्री बोला रात है, तो संतरी बोला रात है, तो हम भी बोले रात है, तो तुम भी बोले रात है। ये सुबह सुबह की बात है, ये सुबह सुबह की बात है। सेवा का वादा करके वो तो मेवा खा गया, मेवा खा गया रे वो तो मेवा खा गया। राजा वो खुद बना मुझे प्यादा बना गया, प्यादा बना गया मुझे प्यादा बना गया। हो मत फड़क मेरे दिल यूं खुद पे ना गुर्रा, अरे तू ही तो था वो ना समझ जिसे जिसे उसने दे दिया तुर्रा। दितन 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 डब डब दुर्रा, कौन है मदारी यहाँ कौन जमूरा। दितन 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 डब डब दुर्रा, कौन है मदारी यहाँ कौन जमूरा। कुर्सी पे जो बैठा उसे मैं बादशाह समझा, और खुद को समझ बैठा मैं चीड़ी का तुर्रा। टुगेदर, दितन 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 डब डब दुर्रा, कौन है मदारी यहाँ कौन जमूरा। दितन 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 डब डब दुर्रा, कौन है मदारी यहाँ कौन जमूरा। हे कौन है मदारी यहाँ कौन जमूरा, कौन है मदारी यहाँ।
Engagement room to read India to felicitate the speaker as a mark of her deep gratitude and appreciation.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks so much.
Thank you, everyone. We will now break for lunch, which is served
I'll wait.
outside in the lobby.
What do you want?
Requesting everybody to kindly get back to the conference room at sharp 2:30. I also take this opportunity to remind everyone that we have special display kiosks set up at the foyer area and request you to visit them during the lunch break. Thank you.
Hi, requesting everybody to please settle down. We'll be starting shortly.
Welcome back, everybody. Hope you had a fulfilling first half of the day. A critical aspect of the entire events process has been the role of the esteemed jury. Our jurors have worked silently behind the scenes, screening scores of nominations to arrive at the best book creator that are here with us today. On behalf of Room to Read and USAID, we express our heartfelt gratitude to our jurors who, in spite of their busy schedule, made time to be our partners for this award process.
We will read out the names of the jurors and request them to please come on the stage. Mr. Mukesh Natiyal is a story writer for the past 3 decades. He has published 4 story collections for adults, 8 story collections for children, and a travelogue so far. Mr. Natiyal dabbles in painting and also anchors programs for radio and television.
Ms. Prayati Roy. Prayati is an illustrator for children's literature. In addition to illustrating stories for children, Ms. Roy has worked as graphic designer in advertising and manufacturing. She has taught art to children in Kolkata for 12 years.
Ms. Prachi Kalra. Prachi has a PhD in storytelling from University of Delhi and teaches courses in literacy at Gargi College, University of Delhi. She also teaches a course in children's literature and storytelling. Ms. Kalra has a sizable collection of children's books and she aspires to open a public library for children someday.
Dr. Pallav Kumar. Dr. Pallav had been reviewing and evaluating children's literature for past 2 decades. He has to his credit numerous works of literary criticism and book review articles in reputed journals. He is the recipient of various awards including Bharatiya Bhasha Parishad, Kolkata's Youth Literature Award, and Paki Criticism Award. Dr. Pallav presently works as a faculty at Hindu College, University of Delhi.
Ms. Taposhi Ghoshal. Taposhi is a freelance illustrator and designer since 1993. She has worked with various NGOs and leading publishing houses, including Katha, Amnesty International, Eklavya Publication, National Book Trust, Scholastic India, and Penguin India. Some of her works for children include The Mud Baby, The Story of Hanuman, The Winning Team, and Bani.
Ms. Suvidha Mistry. Suvidha is an illustrator. She was awarded by the Publishing Next in 2019, honored by Association of Writers and Illustrators for Children, and participated in International Children's Book Festival, Korea 2010.
Mr. Vishambar Vyas. Vishambar is an educationist and practitioner of innovative education initiatives. He has rich experience of more than 23 years across different regions and institutions. He was editor of Shiksha Vimarsh, a bi-monthly journal of education in Hindi run by Diganta for more than a decade.
Ms. Deepa Balsavar. Deepa is a writer and illustrator with over 30 books for children to her credit. Her writing have won several awards, including Publishing Next, Book of the Year Award, and Tata Trust Big Little Book Award 2021. Ms. Deepa currently works as an adjunct associate professor, Communication Design School, IIT Bombay.
Due to certain unforeseen circumstances, Mr. Vishambar and Ms. Deepa couldn't join us today. But we would like to express a heartfelt gratitude to them and their contributions. To felicitate the jurors, I would now like to invite on stage Mr. Shaktivrata Sen. I would like to thank the jurors once again for their contribution in the journey, requesting you all for a group photo as well, please. Stepping towards the front of the stage for a group photo, please. Thank you, everyone. Please take your seats in the audience.
Now, coming to the important segment of the day, we will now announce runner-ups for both categories of Children's Literature Award. To do the honors, I would like to invite on stage Ms. Balaka Day, Program Management Specialist in Education for USAID, and our government partners,
Mr. Rajesh Bankar, Head of Department, Marathi Language Department, SCRT Maharashtra.
Mr. Raju Rana, Deputy Director, Kanpur Mandal, and Principal, Diet Kanpur, Uttar Pradesh.
Dr. Vijay Rawat, Lecturer at Uttarakhand Diet. Requesting everyone to please take their seats on the stage, please. Sorry for the slight delay. The first award category for the evening is Picture Book Creator Award. Would request Ms. Balaka and Mr. Rajesh Bankar to please come forward to give away the prizes. We have the first subcategory in the award, the young author ages 3 to 8. And the runner-up is
Alankrita Amaya. Mufti ki Kulfi.
next. The second category is Young Illustrator 3 to 8. The runner-up is
नेम इज नीतू यादव और नरम गरम दोस्ती.
just Thank you, Neetu, and everybody. Just a slight correction. Neetu has won in the subcategory Young Author 8 to 12 and not 3 to 8. We would want to go with now the category of Young Illustrator 3 to 8, please.
And the runner-up is Vasundhara Arora for Neem Teri Nimboli Pili.
Thank you, Rajesh sir. Ask him to sit down. Thank you, Rajesh sir. You may please take your seat.
I call upon Mr. Raju Rana to come forward to give away prizes with Ms. Balaka.
Our next subcategory is Picture Book of the Year 3 to 8. And the runner-up is Tulika for Hum Jangal Ke Jagar Magar.
The next subcategory, Young Illustrator 8 to 12. The runner-up is Nilesh Gahlot for Fairywala.
The next subcategory is Picture Book of the Year 8 to 12. And the runner-up is Ek Tara for Sayana.
Thank you, Mr. Raju Rana. I now invite Mr. Vijay Rawat to come forward and give away the prizes with Ms. Balaka. The second category for the evening is Teachers Librarian Choice Award.
The first subcategory is for 3 to 8. And the runner-up is Pratham Books for Nirali Dadi.
The next award, 8 to 12, goes to Pratham Books for Lal Pari.
I can hold it. You will not like to congratulate all the awards, no? And thank the film. We would really want to congratulate all the awardees. Let's give them a huge round of applause once again, please. Thank you, Ms. Bilaka, Mr. Raju.
Pallav will introduce the topic for all of us. Dr. Pallav has been reviewing and evaluating children's literature for the past 2 decades. He has to his credit numerous works of literary criticism and book review articles in reputed journals. Dr. Pallav presently works as the faculty at Hindu College, University of Delhi.
Dr. Pallav, we request you to join us on the stage, please. We will now invite our panel members on the stage as well. In our esteemed panel, we have Mr. Sushil Shukla, Director, Ek Tara Books. He is a seasoned editor, devoted nearly 2 decades to Chakmak magazine before assuming the role of director at the Children's Literature Center. Renowned for conceptualizing the Riaz Academy for Illustration, he has also spearheaded two magazines, Cycle and Pluto. His influence extends to state textbooks for NCERT, Kerala, Rajasthan, Chhattisgarh, showcasing his commitment to education. Mr. Sushil, please.
Next, we have Mr. Subramaniam Sheshadri, founder and managing partner, Overleaf, President, Association of Publishers in India. Subramaniam Sheshadri is a prominent figure in the publishing and education sector with 30-year career. As a co-founder and managing partner of Overleaf Book LLP, he pioneers quality learning resources. Mr. Sheshadri played a pivotal role in establishing Lonely Planet in India, chaired ethical audits for BBC, and served on its board for over 13 years. Currently heading the Association of Publishers in India, Mr. Sheshadri wears various hats contributing tirelessly to education innovations.
Next in the panel, we have Mr. Alind Maheshwari, Marketing Director, Raj Kamal Prakashan Group and SPJIMR. He's passionate to take Hindi publishing to the next notch in the marketing and quality of production aspects. With changing times, the Hindi publishing industry faces new challenges. And keeping this in mind, Alind has formed a young team in his publishing house. Recently, he started Unbound Script, which is a publication focused on publishing children and young adult books. Mr. Alind, please.
Next, we have Dr. Trishna Sarkar, founder, Asmi Books and Assistant Professor, University of Delhi. Trishna Sarkar is a passionate advocate for literature, art, and culture. She has conducted storytelling events in Delhi and Bangalore schools, led multiple storytelling sessions and workshops, and worked with children who are physically challenged to expose them to a variety of cultural events. She has written 6 books, all of which demonstrate her passion and interest in children's reading.
Next in the panel, we have Ms. Srija VN, publisher and co-founder, Bahurupi Publishing House. Srija is a distinguished publisher and co-founder of Bahurupi, an esteemed publishing house celebrated for its national award-winning dedication to contemporary literature and exceptional production quality in vernacular literature. Beyond her prolific contributions to publishing, Srija is also co-founder of Crazy Frog Media, a distinguished media and content strategy consultancy firm. Srija's multifaceted career, from reporting pivotal stories to pioneering award-winning publication, showcases her commitment to impactful storytelling. Thank you, everybody, for joining us in the panel. Dr. Pallav, over to you, please.
नमस्कार। जिस विषय पर बात करने के लिए हम सब लोग यहाँ इकट्ठे हुए हैं, हमारा विषय है गैप्स इन ओरिजिनल इंडियन लैंग्वेज चिल्ड्रंस लिटरेचर एंड लैक ऑफ बुक क्रिएटर्स। मैं हिंदी में अगर इसको समझने की कोशिश करूं तो मैं कह सकता हूं कि भारतीय भाषाओं में जो बच्चों का साहित्य लिखा जा रहा है या लिखने की ज़रूरत है, एक तरफ वो है और दूसरी तरफ ये कि लिखने वालों की कमी या बच्चों के लिए चित्र बनाने वालों या बच्चों के लिए किताब तैयार करने वाले लोगों की कमी। ये एक ऐसा विषय है जो हमारी हिंदी की दुनिया में सबसे ज़्यादा जिसकी उपेक्षा भी होती है और जिसकी चिंता भी होती है एक साथ। मुझे याद आता है करीब 20 साल पहले हंस में एक आलेख छपा था। हंस जो कि भारत में हिंदी की सबसे अच्छी पत्रिका मानी जाती है, साहित्य की मासिक पत्रिका है। उसमें एक आलेख छपा था, मेरे बच्चे हिंदी नहीं पढ़ते। मैं अभी लिखने वाली शायद सहजो सिंह ने लिखा था वो आलेख, और वो मुझे याद आता है 2000 के आसपास, 2000 या 2002 के आसपास कभी वो छपा था। स्थिति 2002 से 2023 तक पता नहीं, मुझे ऐसा कहना चाहिए कि खराब हुई है या अच्छी हुई है, क्योंकि मैं दोनों तरह की चीजें देखता हूँ। एक तरफ ये चिंताएं भी बार बार सुनता हूँ कि लिखने पढ़ने वालों की कमी आ रही है, दूसरी तरफ मैं ये भी देखता हूँ कि इसी दौर में हमने साइकिल जैसी पत्रिका देखी, इसी दौर में हमने बहुत सारे नए नए ऐसे प्रकाशक देखे जो बच्चों के लिए शानदार किताबें छाप रहे हैं, भारतीय भाषाओं में छाप रहे हैं। और मैं इस बातचीत की शुरुआत करना चाहूँगा अलिन माहेश्वरी जी से, जो कि राजकमल प्रकाशन समूह के अंतर्गत बच्चों की किताबों को प्रकाशित करने के एक उद्यम से जुड़े हुए हैं। मैं वो अपना कुछ बोले उससे पहले जरा सा एक बात और कहना चाहता हूँ। वो बात ये कहना चाहता हूँ कि मुझे तो ऐसा लगता है कि साहित्य की भी कमी नहीं है, छापने की भी कमी नहीं है, लेकिन ज़्यादा बड़ी कमी मुझे लगता है कि पहुँचने की है। मेरे मित्र हैं सुशील जी, मेरी हमेशा इनसे जब से ये चकमक का काम देखते थे और बाद में साइकिल का काम देखने लगे, तब से अभी तक मैं इनसे लगातार एक ही शिकायत करता रहा हूँ जब भी मेरी मुलाकात होती है, और वो शिकायत मेरी ये होती है कि आपकी पत्रिका मेरे गाँव के बच्चों को कैसे मिल सकती है। दोनों बातें इसके अंदर जुड़ी हुई है, दाम की बात भी जुड़ी हुई है, उपलब्धता की बात भी जुड़ी हुई है। डाक का हाल हम सबको मालूम है, कम से कम दिल्ली का तो मैं दावे से कह सकता हूँ, छोटे शहरों के बारे में, कस्बों के बारे में मैं नहीं जानता। दिल्ली का मैं दावे से कह सकता हूँ कि हमारे यहाँ साधारण डाक बाँटने का रिवाज अब खत्म हो गया है, चलन से बाहर है, उठ गया है। तो अब हमारे यहाँ तो साधारण डाक नहीं बँटती दिल्ली में, रजिस्टर्ड डाक ज़रूर आ जाती है, मनी ऑर्डर भी आ जाते हैं कभी-कभार, और स्पीड पोस्ट बराबर आता है। बाकी अब जो 25-50 पैसे में या ₹1 का टिकट लगा के सस्ती दरों पर डाक के माध्यम से जो किताबें और पत्रिकाएँ भेजने का था एक रास्ता, वो खत्म हो गया है। बल्कि आप में से जो लोग बुक पब्लिशिंग से जुड़े हुए हैं, उनको मालूम होगा कि अभी 10 दिन पहले, 10 या 12 दिन पहले ही भारत सरकार ने एक तोहफ़ा दिया है सारे पब्लिकेशन इंडस्ट्री को, और वो ये दिया है कि हमारी डाक की दरों पर अभी तक जीएसटी नहीं था, अब जीएसटी जुड़ गया है डाक की दरों में। तो अलिन भाई, इन सारी परिस्थितियों के बीच में राजकमल प्रकाशन, जो कि राग दरबारी और महिला आंचल जैसी बड़ी-बड़ी सुंदर, महान, ऐतिहासिक और मूल्यवान किताबें छापता था, उनको ये क्या इच्छा हुई कि वो बच्चों के साहित्य की दुनिया में आ गए और बच्चों की किताबें छापने लगे। और आप ध्यान रखिएगा कि ये हमको ये इस चिंता पर भी बात करनी है कि हिंदी में, भारतीय भाषाओं में बच्चों के साहित्य की भी कमी है और बच्चों का साहित्य रचने वालों की भी कमी है। तो मैं आपका स्वागत करता हूँ।
जी, बहुत-बहुत शुक्रिया। ख्याल तो ये बहुत समय से था कि बच्चों के लिए कुछ अच्छी किताबें लानी है। इसका ज़्यादा शुरुआत तब हुई जब ये लगा कि जैसे हम लोग बात करते हैं कि अंग्रेज़ी भाषा, हमारी युवा पीढ़ी लगातार अंग्रेज़ी भाषा की तरफ जा रही है और हमारी एजुकेशन भी पूरी अंग्रेज़ी नुमा हो रही है। तो कोई भी प्रकाशन हो, कितना भी बड़ा प्रकाशन हो, अगर उसके पास पाठक नहीं रहे, तो उसकी किताबें या उसके लेखक कहाँ तक पहुँच पाएँगे। तो इसी सोच के साथ हमने शुरू किया कि बच्चों के लिए अगर हम कुछ अच्छी किताबें निकालें, जो हिंदी में बहुत कमी है, जिसमें अकबर, बीरबल, पंचतंत्र, गुन्नू झा के आगे बच्चों के लिए ऐसा लिटरेचर हो जिसे टीनेज फिक्शन कहा जाए, यंग एडल्ट के लिए किताबें कहा जाए। अंग्रेज़ी में इसकी बहुत बड़ी तादाद है, बहुत बड़ी सीरीज़ हैं, हैरी पॉटर, पर्सी जैक्सन, अलग-अलग जॉनर्स हैं, लेकिन हिंदी में सिर्फ बाल साहित्य है। बाल साहित्य कह के उसे ख़त्म कर दिया जाता है, उसके बाद फिर सीधा शुरू हो जाती हैं स्कूल, कॉलेज की कहानियाँ और दोस्ती यारी के किस्से। तो ये सोचते हुए हमने शुरू किया कि अभी भले ही उसके लिए मार्केट छोटा हो, हमें मेहनत ज़्यादा करनी होगी, लेकिन ये आगे अगले 15 सालों की हमारी ज़रूरत है कि अगर आज हम उनके लिए किताबें निकालेंगे, उनको पढ़ाना शुरू करेंगे, तब जाके 15 साल बाद वो किसी बड़े लेखक की किताब या कोई कृति पढ़ पाएंगे।
धन्यवाद अलिन जी। मुझे लगता है कि बातचीत के अगले दौर में आपसे फिर और कुछ नई बातें सुनने को मिलेगी। मैं सुब्रमण्यम शेषाद्री जी से आग्रह करूँगा कि वो अपने लंबे अनुभव, और वो न केवल खुद भी प्रकाशक हैं, बल्कि वो एसोसिएशन ऑफ पब्लिशर्स इन इंडिया के प्रेसिडेंट भी हैं। तो प्रकाशकों की समस्याएं भी उन्हें मालूम हैं और प्रकाशन जगत की वास्तविक स्थिति के बारे में भी वो हमको बता सकते हैं। मैं उनसे आग्रह करूंगा कि इस विषय पर अपनी बात रखें।
Thank you. I think a meeting like this or a conference like this, I think we should be looking more at what else can we do, what are the things that we can look at as opportunities. As Radhika was saying, that problems always exist and problems will continue to exist. They're not going to go away from us. I saw the question, which is very, very large and wide in context. So it's very difficult to answer that question in a short fashion because it's a whole paragraph of a question. I've read NEP word to word. I had enough room to read, so I was able to read the NEP in detail. I think let's look at an opportunity, which I think is an important one, but we also need to see how it's going to dwell in the environment of the ecosystem, right? The government is pushing hard and everybody is pushing hard that at least the foundational learning, if not the primary, the new education policy now talks about 5 years of foundational learning and 3 years of primary. So class 1 and 2 has been brought into foundation and 3, 4, 5 becomes primary. Now, all these years, libraries were supplemental to education and then it became reading for pleasure to education. Of course, in the olden days, teachers used to say, I'll punish you, I'll send you to the library. Thank God that has changed. Maybe the closed cupboards haven't changed yet, but now when the government is pushing for mother tongue education, which means that supplementary education within the school also needs to have mother tongue libraries. So I see that as a clear opportunity. And whether it will get implemented, not implemented, we don't know, because remember, what happened in the US about 20 years ago is what happening today here. They released something called a common core syllabus. And 22 states said we will go for it. 28 states said we will not go for it. So the country now operates on two curriculums. Some schools following regular curriculum, some schools following common core curriculum. Now we are seeing that's going to come here because some states are saying we're not going to follow NEP. Some states are saying we'll follow NEP. So we need to see where that ecosystem will stop and how many states will follow. But yet, mother tongue education is getting a lot of push. At the same time, you also see one state, Andhra Pradesh, saying, I'm handing over entire system to CBSE. I'm going to shut down my Andhra Pradesh Education Board and I'm going to become all English medium. And they've already surrendered 1,000 CBSE schools, Andhra Pradesh schools into the CBSE system. So I think what I would definitely do is to look at what as a private enterprise we can do to encourage, because this noise and the dust within the government system is going to take time to settle down. It may not happen immediately, it may happen, but still there are government procurement systems which is currently happening. As Radhika was saying, 2 states are doing a good job of it, making it more digitally e-commerce driven or website driven or tender driven. But to give an example, I don't want to name the state. There's a state which recently spent in a short span of time, 3 months, 80 crores of rupees to build a library. 80 crores in 3 months they spent, right? And 3 people got the order. And I saw the book list in this age that they bought books without ISBNs. So that speaks volumes about so I'm saying we need to have an advocacy where obviously we have to engage with the government. We have to make government understand that if you're implementing this policy, when you had English medium schools, you had full of English books in the library. Right? When we talk about reading, if you go back a little bit, we always talk about three kinds of reading that we inculcate children, and we think which will help them to become voracious readers over time, right? So we talk about read for me, read with me, read by yourself. There's three stages of reading. And we can probably start banding our books for parents to understand at what stage these kind of books should be used. Because we just simply say picture books. There are some picture books which are actually read for me. These are not books that read by yourself, right? So maybe like if you're talking about level readers where you're saying vocabulary level, you could probably educate your parents by putting a little thing on that this book is more suited for read for me or something like that. So those are my initial observations, and I'll come back to you.
जी, जब हम भारतीय भाषाओं की बात करते हैं तो मराठी, बंगाली तमाम भाषाएं, और हिंदी में कम से कम ऐसा सुना जाता है कि मराठी में और बंगाली में और दक्षिण भारत की और भी कुछ भाषाओं में बच्चों के साहित्य की भी और कुल मिलाकर साहित्य की स्थिति बहुत अच्छी है। लोग किताबें खरीदते हैं, पढ़ते हैं, किताबों का वहाँ प्रचार प्रसार बहुत ज़्यादा है। तृष्णा सरकार जो कि अश्मी बुक्स की फाउंडर हैं और दिल्ली यूनिवर्सिटी में पढ़ाती भी हैं, मुझे लगता है कि वो हिंदी और जो दूसरी भाषाएं हैं उनके बारे में भी हमको कुछ बता सकेंगी।
आप सबको मेरा नमस्कार। मुझे भाषा के बारे में जब बात उठी है और सुबह से बात काफ़ी सारी चल रही है, सबसे पहले तो मैं राधिका मैम को थैंक्स दूंगी क्योंकि somewhere you have touched me a lot, you have inspired me a lot. At times we as a publisher are pulled back, and today your words were quite inciting. Thank you so much. अब भाषा की बात आती है। मुझे भी पता है कि भाषा का जो अहमियत है वो कहीं ना कहीं लैक्स ओरिएंटेशन। अब ओरिएंटेशन कैसे? आज बात हो रही थी कि लिटरेचर इन लिटरेसी, वी कांट unless and until we follow literature in literacy, literacy cannot be taken up as a movement, which I think Shrija we were discussing the other day, right? So अब अगर घर में माँ बाप ही भाषा को अहमियत ना दे तो पब्लिशर्स चाहे बांग्ला में हो, हिंदी में हो, मराठी में हो, किताबें पब्लिश करके करेंगे क्या? हमें अभी भी पेरेंट्स का वो ओरिएंटेशन ही नहीं हुआ है कि भाषा की जरूरत है। हम जितना अच्छा सोचते हैं अपनी मातृभाषा में किसी और भाषा में नहीं सोच पाते। हम प्यार का इजहार जितना अच्छा अपने भाषा में कर पाते हैं, अंग्रेजी में या हमें शब्दों को उधार लेना पड़ता है। तो भाषा की अहमियत तो है, लेकिन वो भाषा की अहमियत को समझने के लिए जो सोशल ओरिएंटेशन चाहिए वही तो नहीं हुआ है। सो इट्स द पिरामिड हैज टू बी टिल्टेड, द पॉइंट हैज टू बी डाउन, द बेस हैज टू बी अप, कि जहां पे ग्रास रूट लेवल से वी हैव टू कैप्चर आवर ऑडियंस, और वो शुरू होगा हमारे घर से। एज चैरिटी बिगिंस एट होम, दैट्स आई मीन ओल्ड सेइंग, बट वहीं से शुरू होगा कि अभी भी हम लोगों को हिंदी गाने ज्यादा पसंद है, बांग्ला गाना ज्यादा पसंद है, अंग्रेजी समझने में थोड़ी दिक्कत होती है, बट वी फॉलो द ट्रेंड। पेरेंट्स भी, जैसे कि आज बात, अगेन आई एम टॉकिंग अबाउट व्हाट हैपेंड द होल डे, बात हो रही थी कि एग्जाम के दिनों में पढ़ने की क्या जरूरत है? एग्जाम के दिनों में ही तो दूसरी किताबों को पढ़ने की जरूरत है ताकि आप प्रेशर ना ले पाओ। किताब इज अ, आई मीन किताब एक एक्सपीरियंस है, जो वो कहते हैं कि रीडिंग फॉर प्लेजर, इट्स नॉट, इट्स अ प्लेजर, इट्स अ बिगिनिंग ऑफ ए कॉग्निटिव लर्निंग एक्सपीरियंस। तो ये सारे चीजों को मद्देनजर रखते हुए मुझे लगता है भाषा की अहमियत को हमें समझना है। थैंक्स टू एनईपी कि इस बार एनईपी के थ्रू से जो प्राइमरी लेवल में भाषाओं का इम्प्लीमेंटेशन हुआ है, कहीं ना कहीं अगर टीचर्स बच्चों को अपनी स्टेट लैंग्वेज में या मातृभाषा में पढ़ाएंगे तो हम पब्लिशर्स को बूस्ट अप मिलेगा कि हम और भी भाषाओं पे काम कर सके। सो इट्स अ वंडरफुल मूव, और हम सबको घर में अपने अपने घर में मातृभाषा पे फोकस अगर हम सब करें तो आई थिंक ये प्रॉब्लम काफी सॉल्व हो सकता है। आई मीन यू शुड बी हैप्पी एंड प्राउड फॉर योर ओन लैंग्वेज।
जी, ये तो बात हुई भाषा के महत्व और भाषा की जरूरत और भाषा की स्थिति को लेकर। पब्लिकेशन में, प्रकाशन में इस पूरे दृश्य को कैसे देखते हैं? सुशील जो कि रियाज एकेडमी और इकतारा से जुड़े हुए हैं और जिन्होंने कई सारी किताबें खुद भी लिखी है और किताबों के प्रकाशन को भी देख रहे हैं, पत्रिकाओं के प्रकाशन को भी देख रहे हैं, तो मैं उनसे आग्रह करूंगा कि इस विषय पर अपनी बात रखें। ये कि प्रकाशन जगत की स्थिति और एक मिनट, जो हमारा मुख्य विषय था वो पीछे ना रह जाए कहीं, मैं फिर से दोहरा देता हूँ। गैप्स इन ओरिजिनल इंडियन लैंग्वेज, चिल्ड्रंस लिटरेचर एंड लैक ऑफ बुक।
तो मुझे लग रहा है अभी हिंदी में भारतीय भाषाओं में एक ज़माने में हिंदी में बहुत कुछ नहीं था, लेकिन अब मुझे लग रहा है कि एक सुबह हो चुकी है, और अभी सुबह ही हुई है, ये सही है, लेकिन अभी काफ़ी सारा काम हो रहा है हिंदी में। तो हिंदी में मुझे अब दूसरे मसले ज़्यादा नज़र आते हैं। हालांकि अभी भी ओरिजिनल राइटिंग हिंदी में कम है, और ये सब चीज़ें काफ़ी दिखती हैं कि जैसे मैं सोचता हूँ कि एक कहानी या एक कविता जब बच्चों के लिए मिलती है, आमतौर पर वो इतनी गहरी होती है, और उसमें पता चलता है कि एक एक कविता ही नहीं हो पाती है उसमें, मतलब वो रचना लगता है कि बच्चों के लिए लिखी गई है, और ये मानकर लिखी गई है कि समझ नहीं पाएंगे बच्चे। तो आप बड़ों की कविता को जिस तरह से, जिन पैरामीटर्स पर देख सकते हैं, या कहानी को जिस तरह से देख सकते हैं, बच्चों की कहानियों को आप उन कसौटियों पर कसने के लिए, या उनमें जो लिटरेरी एलिमेंट हैं उनको देखने के लिए आपको कुछ वहाँ मिलेगा नहीं ज़्यादातर में। तो लेकिन अब वो चीज़ अब थोड़ी ज़मीन बन रही है, और हिंदी के तमाम बड़े राइटर्स पिछले 10, 12, 15 सालों में लिख रहे हैं, और भरी पूरी भाषा में लिख रहे हैं। बड़ों, मुझे लगता है कि इसमें ये काफ़ी रहा, क्योंकि अभी भी हम देखेंगे तो हिंदी किताबें हों या दूसरी भाषाओं की भी किताबों में एक सीमा तक ये बात सच है। हिंदी किताबों में तो बहुत सच है कि जो रिटेल मार्केट है या डायरेक्ट मार्केट है, उससे हिंदी प्रकाशक का काम नहीं चल सकता। उसकी दाल रोटी अभी भी जो संस्थागत खरीद हैं उस पर ही टिकी हुई है। तो इससे भी बहुत सारी चीज़ें पता चलती हैं। उसमें काम करने की ज़रूरत है, और बहुत वर्षों तक हिंदी की किताबें थोड़ी तंग हाल दिखती रहीं। जिस तरह की हिंदी पट्टी में जो है, वो किताबों में भी वो दिखता था कि प्रोडक्शन क्वालिटी बहुत कमज़ोर। शायद इस बात का दबाव रहता है कि अगर अच्छा कागज़ लगाएंगे, अच्छे से छापेंगे, तो कीमत बढ़ जाएगी, और फिर एक अलग दुष्चक्र शुरू हो जाएगा। लेकिन मुझे लग रहा है कि अच्छी किताबें बनाना, एक भरी पूरी किताब बनाना, चित्रों के सिलसिले में काफ़ी सारा काम पिछले 10-12 सालों में हुआ है, जिसमें एकलव्य सरी की संस्थाएं हैं, थोड़ा बहुत कवितारा का है, और दूसरे तमाम तूलिका और कथा, तमाम बहुत सारी संस्थाओं ने इस सिलसिले में काफ़ी अच्छे काम किए हैं। तो उससे थोड़ा सीन बदला है, लेकिन अभी भी अगर आप देखेंगे, मसलन चित्र पर हम आप कोई भी रज़ा साहब का चित्र देखेंगे तो आप उस पर फॉर्म पर बात कर लेंगे, उसके रंग पर बात कर लेंगे, उसकी लाइंस पर बात कर लेंगे, लेकिन जो इलस्ट्रेशन है उसमें रंग का अपना एक्सपीरियंस पर बात करने के लिए शायद उतना कुछ होगा नहीं आपके पास, क्योंकि ये काफ़ी दबाव रहता है। जो रियाज में काम करते हुए मुझे समझ में आया कि कहानी को, जो शब्दों का जो तरीका है कहानी कहने का, ये काफ़ी आग्रह रहता है कि उसी तरह से कहानी चित्रों में भी कह दी जाए, और इलस्ट्रेटर को ये कम मौका मिलता है कि वो अपनी भाषा में, जो चित्रों की भाषा है, उसमें कुछ बात कर सके, क्योंकि ये बात अभी भी हमारे यहाँ ठीक से एक जगह नहीं बना पाई है कि रंग से भी कुछ कहा जा सकता है, कि लाइन से भी कुछ कहा जा सकता है। और 3 हाथी जा रहे हैं तो आप 3 हाथी जाते का लिटरल एक चित्र बना दें, ये इससे काफ़ी मैं ये जनरलाइज्ड वो नहीं है, मतलब काफ़ी सारे प्रकाशक बहुत अच्छा काम कर रहे हैं, लेकिन अभी भी जो मुख्य धारा है वो इसी तरह की अभी बनी हुई है। उसमें काफ़ी काम करने की ज़रूरत है। और इस बहुत सारी चिंताएं बड़ों ने अपने मत्थे रख ली हैं। मसलन बच्चे समझ नहीं पाएंगे, ये हर चीज़ में ये सवाल सबसे पहले खड़ा हो जाता है कि और उससे हम हर रचना मतलब आपको लगने लगता है कि अच्छा 6 साल का बच्चा है तो ये नहीं समझ पाएगा, अच्छा 10 साल का बच्चा है तो ये नहीं समझ पाएगा, तो क्या समझ पाएगा कि एक आर्टिफिशियल छवि बनती है और फिर काफ़ी सारा काम उस तरह से होता है, ये कहानी इस तरह से चलना चाहिए। और बाकी सीख आदि और वो सारे मसले तो हैं ही उसमें। तो मुझे लगता है कि एक ये इस बात की अभी भी कमी है और इस पर बहुत काम करना है कि एक अच्छी कविता, एक अच्छी कहानी, भरी पूरी कहानी, भरी पूरी कविता, भरा पूरा चित्र बच्चों को मिले और वो बच्चे अपना तरीका निकाल लेते हैं। बच्चे तो दुनिया में तमाम समस्याओं से अपने हिसाब से संवाद करते हैं और उनसे उनको मैनेज करते हैं, उनसे डील करते हैं। बड़ों के साथ ये ज़्यादा समस्या है इस बात की। और बड़े अगर पढ़ने लगे मुझे लग रहा है तो इस समस्या का काफ़ी सारा जो हल है वो बड़ों की पढ़ाई को लेकर भी है। ये बहुत हम कहते हैं कि बच्चे पढ़ते नहीं हैं, बच्चे मोबाइल देखते रहते हैं और ये बात इस तरह से कही जाती है जैसे कि बड़े बहुत पढ़ते हैं और बड़े बहुत मोबाइल नहीं देखते हैं। तो मुझे लगता है कि अगर टीचर्स पढ़ने लगें, पेरेंट्स पढ़ने लगें तो ये भी एक कड़ी है जो बहुत इस पूरे जो हम लोग जिस पर बात कर रहे हैं उससे बहुत जुड़ी है।
हाँ, एक बात मुझे याद आ गई। जब बच्चों और बड़ों के पढ़ने की तुलना बड़ी रोचक ढंग से सुशील ने की, मुझे याद आया कि इंडिया टुडे जो कि हिंदी की और अंग्रेजी की भी, हिंदी में भी वो साप्ताहिक या पाक्षिक रूप में निकलती है। तो एक दौर था करीब 10 साल पहले तक, उसमें हर अंक में एक कहानी छपा करती थी इंडिया टुडे में, और उसके अंदर बुक रिव्यूज की भी जगह थी, पुस्तक समीक्षाएं उसमें हिंदी की किताबों की छपती थी। एकाएक एक दिन एक अंक से हिंदी में कहानियां छापना बंद कर दिया इंडिया टुडे ने, और बात आई गई होगी उसके बाद कभी नहीं छपी। तो जब इंडिया टुडे के संपादक से पूछा गया कि आपने कहानियां बंद कर दी, ये तो ठीक नहीं हुआ, तो उन्होंने कहा एक भी पाठक ने हमको चिट्ठी नहीं लिखी कि आपने कहानी क्यों बंद कर दी। तो ये एक टिप्पणी भी है और ये इस पूरी बात को समझने में भी मदद करती है कि हमारी चिंताएं क्या वास्तव में चिंताएं हैं या हम खुद ही उनको गढ़ रहे हैं। क्योंकि अगर ऐसा होता तो लोग कहीं न कहीं उनका अपना ऐतराज दर्ज करते। और दूसरा एक पक्ष ये भी है कि ऐतराज अगर है तो आप दर्ज क्यों नहीं करते। हमारे देखते-देखते बच्चों की जो पत्रिकाएं थी उनमें से नंदन जो कि बहुत लोकप्रिय पत्रिका थी बंद हो गई, कादम्बिनी बंद हो गई कोरोना के दिनों में। लेकिन उस पर कितनी बात हुई, और दूसरा ये भी है कि उसके विकल्प में हम लोगों ने क्या ढूंढने की कोशिश की है, उसके विकल्प में जो कुछ है उस पर हम कितनी बात कर रहे हैं, उसको आगे बढ़ाने के लिए हम क्या कर रहे हैं। तो सृजा वीएन जो कि बहुरूपी पब्लिशिंग हाउस से आई हैं, सृजा जी से मैं अनुरोध करूंगा कि वे भी इस विषय पर अपनी बात रखें और कुछ ऐसे इलाकों में भी जाएं जहां अभी तक ये बातचीत नहीं पहुंची है।
Thank you. I am coming from state Kerala, and right now my publishing is in Karnataka. So I have seen two contrasting worlds. One of Kerala, where I grew up, I grew among the books. The gifts what I got or my brother got was always books. I was in a book-loving family, and even my neighborhood I could get books. And for us, it was a culture. It was reading, just not books. Even the newspaper was a culture. It is so well in our blood that it's more like a lust. But when I came to Karnataka, I saw something entirely different. Whenever I listen to all of you speaking, I do see that most of the story is something similar to Karnataka, not of Kerala. So in Karnataka, the reading culture, whatever the ecosystem I could see, I could not witness that in Karnataka. In Karnataka, when compared to Kerala, I don't know when maybe comparing to other states, it may be better. But when I compare it with Kerala or Tamil Nadu, I think it is still not really good. But then it also made me to understand why is this different. Being an avid reader, so when I got into the publishing also, I just wanted to know what is this difference coming from. So the best answer I got for that was that lack of that culture. See, that is something which has to be imbibed from the family, from your society. It is not just, you don't have one single solution to solve this problem. Just addressing the school Addressing the availability, accessibility, no, it will not solve, because even if it is accessible, children should read and parents should allow children to read. So it has to be a holistic approach towards improving the reading. And that can happen only when all the stakeholders, whoever is it is, parents, teachers, even the distributors or other market forces, the policy makers, everyone come together and create a movement in reading. And that is the only solution for that. And to do that, the primary stakeholder here is policymaker and also the parents. Schools they also are really important. But what I have found in my experience is that unless you convince parents that books are really good for their children, and reading is a life skill which they have to get, and it is also a part of employable skill. And without that, no parent is going to give them books. I've seen, when we had a bookstore, so I have seen parents till primary age, they give books. They don't have a problem. They give picture books. But the moment they cross fourth standard or fourth grade, then the book reading habits or the kind of books parents give to children is completely different. There are exceptions. Not that no one gives chapter books to children, and there are children who comes behind that. But when on a larger perspective, immediately they shift to the academic books. So basically, it will be competition, whatever helps them for the competitive exams, or something that is connected with their curriculum. Nothing else works there. Many times, parents has come and argued with me, why my child should read. They have read in their childhood. They have read when they have to read. In their reading age, they have read. Now, this is not the age to read. Their age is to study now. So let them study if you have any competitive books, you give. If you have general knowledge books, you give. That will help my child. But not this kind of stories and poetry which you are selling. So I feel that unless this change should happen from the society, and that can only come by creating awareness. Even in policymakers, why I say it's a change. See, parents are always marks driven. Whether we like it or not, they want high marks for the children. And that is the only thing I have seen which drives them. So somewhere the policymakers make, whether it's part of NEP or otherwise, books as a subject, reading as a subject, if not the main subject, at least as a sub-subject, where they are graded and they get marks in the higher classes, I think that also will add up a lot to the reading habit, either by force or this may be a shortcut. But I feel that even this adds there. Second thing is like the lack of one more issue were discussing in the morning today was the impact on the cognitive skills and the creativity of the children. So this example I have given earlier also. When we are growing up, we all read books and grew up. So Ramayana first I have read. I have not seen in the cartoon nor I have seen in the serial. First I read the book, but when I was, and even my friends, we all read Ramayana. But when we were reading that book, each one of us had different Ramas or Sitas in our mind, because we imagined that. We all had different Ramas. There were thousands of Ramas, thousands of Sitas in each person's, each child's mind. But today's children, they see the cartoons, they see the visual demo of that, and they have only single Rama or single Sita, which is depicted in the serial or the cartoon. Their brain cannot think beyond that, because what is visually fed is embedded in them. So that embedding will not go. So that is what is affecting them. And the digital screens, everything is impacting him in that way. The reading span, children cannot read long books or long chapter books. They get distracted very fast unless they are a very good reader. So all these are actually areas of concern, both for government, teachers, and parents. So, but somewhere I feel that none of this is discussed. None of this is discussed because none of this is backed by the data. Because in all other industry, if you see, any other industry, whether it is anything else, are backed by academic research and data. But I don't see any academic research or data coming into publishing or reading. Because most of the time, how many of you know how many people have read in your society? There is no surveys, no data, no research. Who reads what? Nobody knows. This is just based on assumptions that we are getting the books, maybe to the academic and the experts and the consultants we are consulting, or interacting with some publishers are interacting with the children, whatever they get from the NGOs inputs we are using. But where is the academic support for that? Every other industry we have academic support, but publishing, reading, we don't have that. I feel that there are a lot of areas where each stakeholder, everybody should put their work, and we all have to work together, integrated manner, coordinate. And one more thing, like unless other industries, here stakeholders are all in working in silos. The distributors never interact with the publishers. Publishers don't interact with the with all the illustrators, writers, readers. So everything is kind of isolated. So I feel that there should be an integrated approach. Everyone has to come together, every stakeholder. Only then there could be a movement or a reading culture or ecosystem built in your state. Unless you have that ecosystem, I don't think it's going to work in the way we all want it to happen. Thank you.
थैंक यू। आपने अच्छी बातें कही सृजा जी। अब इस स्थिति में कि जो इस पूरे परिदृश्य को हमारे सामने रख दिया है इस पूरी बातचीत में, हिंदी पट्टी की ओर लगाकर केरल तक, सुब्रमण्यम साहब ने भी बीच में जब बोले थे तो उन्होंने भी कई सारी ऐसी बातों की तरफ हमारा ध्यान दिलाया जिनकी तरफ ध्यान नहीं जाता। तो मैं ये बातचीत के इस दूसरे राउंड में, इस दूसरी कड़ी में मैं आप सबसे ये पूछना चाहूंगा कि इस स्थिति तो हमारे सामने है। एक तरफ अभी जैसा सृजा जी कह रही थी कि सरकार, पाठक या बच्चे और स्कूल, शिक्षक, एकेडमी, पूरा यानी कि ये पूरा एक ऐसा चक्र है जिसमें संवाद के लिए या इस चक्र को, मतलब इस, बल्कि मैं चक्र की बजाय कहना चाहिए दुष्चक्र को तोड़ने के लिए हम क्या करें। कोई कह सकता है कि जिस देश में दूसरी समस्याएं इतनी अधिक हो, वहां बच्चों के साहित्य को लेकर क्या कोई सरकार या क्या कोई समाज इतना जागरूक होगा या नहीं होगा। लेकिन मैं ये सोचता हूं कि ये दुष्चक्र तो है हमारे सामने, इस दुष्चक्र को तोड़ने के लिए क्या किया जाना चाहिए, क्या उपाय हो सकते हैं। मैं फिर से अलिन से बातचीत शुरू करता हूं और मुझे लगता है कि हमारे पास जो 20 मिनट हैं, 15 या 20 मिनट और बचे हुए हैं, तो उसमें हम लोग इस बातचीत को पूरा करेंगे। अलिन और फिर सुब्रमण्यम साहब।
इसमें हम सबकी ही बराबर भूमिका मुझे लगता है कि हम निभानी होगी। रीडिंग कल्चर को बढ़ाना, बच्चों को सिर्फ ये बताना कि ये ज्ञान की चीज़ है, इसकी जगह अगर हम बच्चों को किताबों के साथ इंटरटेन करना या इस तरह की एक्टिविटी के साथ जोड़ें तो ज़्यादा बेहतर है। जैसे हम ऑडियो विजुअल का एग्जांपल देखते हैं, नेटफ्लिक्स है, अमेज़ॉन प्राइम है, इसमें बच्चों के लिए कंटेंट बहुत है। और कोई अगर मार्वल्स हो गई या कोई भी हॉलीवुड मूवी हो गई, वो लोग ये समझ चुके हैं कि भारतीय भाषाओं की ताकत क्या है। अब जब भी कोई भी बड़ी फिल्म रिलीज होती है बच्चों की या किसी भी जॉनर में, वो कम से कम 5 भाषाओं में आती है। 5 भाषाओं में वो किताब फिल्म आ रही है और लगातार आप देखेंगे, जैसे नेटफ्लिक्स का एग्जांपल है। नेटफ्लिक्स में अभी जवान मूवी रिलीज हुई, 3 भाषाओं में टॉप 10 में, नेटफ्लिक्स की जो उसमें आता है कि टॉप 10 में कौन सी मूवीज चल रही हैं, टॉप 10 में तीनों में जवान थी। मैं ये नहीं कह रहा कि वो पिक्चर कैसी है, लेकिन आप ये देखिए कि हर भाषा में देखने वाले लोग कितने हैं। इसी तरीके से बाकी बच्चों की जो एनिमेशंस होती हैं, बच्चों के लिए जो चीज़ें बनती हैं, उसमें भी अलग अलग भाषाओं को विदेशी जो सिनेमा है वो पहचान चुका है कि कितनी बड़ी तादाद है, लोग देखने वाले हैं। हमें भी अपनी किताबों को कुछ उनके इंटरटेनमेंट से जोड़ना होगा। हमें सिर्फ ये नहीं दिखाना होगा कि इससे आपको कोई मॉरल मिलेगा, एजुकेशन मिलेगा, उसमें कुछ आपको इंटरटेनमेंट, एडवेंचर, अलग अलग तरह की मनोरंजक कहानियाँ बच्चों को देनी होगी। और उनके बदलते चीज़ों के, मतलब जैसे जैसे वो बढ़ रहे हैं वैसे वैसे उनको चीज़ें देनी होंगी।
ठीक बात है, सही बात है। राग दरबारी को हम इसीलिए नहीं पढ़ते कि उससे कोई शिक्षा ले लें, बल्कि इसीलिए पढ़ते हैं कि उसको पढ़ना चाहिए। तो बच्चों के साहित्य को लेकर भी जो शिक्षा वाली खामखा की बंदिश है या जो क्लीशे है, उसको तोड़ने की जरूरत है। शेषाद्री साहब से अनुरोध करूंगा मैं।
See, for me, having listened to lots of these interesting conversations is that we are here to talk about quality of content in Indian languages, and also how do we make sure that more children has the opportunity to read them. So we're not talking about content consumption here. We're talking about reading a book and using the book as a medium of pleasure for reading, right? Now, you can't in a country like this say one size fits all, because to give an example, NBT is probably 100% subsidized enterprise. Tulika is probably an independent enterprise, completely self-funded, or in modern language, I've got to tell you, it's bootstrapped. And maybe Pratham is partially supported. And so you can see the diversity of publishers themselves in this room, right? So you can't just say that you do this, because each one is different, right? One is looking at probably a little commercial, one is looking at not commercial at all. No wonder NBT sort of, recently they went out of stock of many books, as somebody pointed out, because their push now is to make sure that government spends money on purchasing NBT books first. And if there is anything left, then you can eat the crumbs, kind of stuff, right? So what we need to look at is, can we create a kind of an enterprise where donors put in money and each of us put 3 or 4 of our books into that, so that you run your commercial enterprise independently, but also contribute to the society by bringing in that book for profit. I'm not saying not for profit, but that enterprise will go and sell it to governments, will make sure that it'll set up village libraries, which is not your concern because you're out of the distribution part of it, but you're contributing to your costs, and where lots of publishers can. So the person who funds it or the people who funds it will make sure that this is quality and this is going to reach many people, because each one of us have our own agenda, and unless otherwise it comes to a collective situation. So tomorrow if I tell Tulika, do it, you're not going to give up your business and do this, right? But you will do it. Maybe out of my 50 books, I might contribute 5 books to this cause. I'll continue to sell it in the open market, but I'll also contribute it to this, because I know this is a cause which will ultimately, and if those children read Tulika book through this subsidized entity, they know Tulika, they may come and buy more books of Tulika in the marketplace. So we need to think of a solution, because otherwise we can have continuous conversation over the next 20 years. And we need to think, in a conference like this, we need to come up with some actionable ideas or actionable things that, for example, if I said, let's not go all India, let's only look at Hindi, which is a very large population of readership. Let's only look at Hindi to start with. Can we set up an enterprise where we tell all the funding agencies, NGOs, saying, we are setting up this enterprise, this is going to make sure the quality is right, make sure the content is right, make sure the illustration is right. And then that agency is responsible for working with the governments and go and offer those books. I mean, something like that we need to think of, because none of us are going to give up what we are doing and completely devote our time to the cause that we are thinking of.
जी, मेरे पास ये सूचना आ गई है कि हमको सवाल जवाब वाला सत्र भी करना है, तो समय की कमी है। अगर कोई बात है तो आप तीनों जो साथी हैं, मैं सुशील जी, सृजा जी और मैडम सरकार, अगर कोई बात है तो आप रखिए, हम फिर सवाल जवाब वाला सत्र करेंगे।
I mean, we can compile whatever we have today, so whatever conclusion we can derive. I think all of us are in the same platform and will agree it's a collaborative effort. Single हम अकेले नहीं कर सकते, मुश्किल है. Starting from orientation to the government responsibilities towards the publisher, and not being very critical for the government, but जहाँ पे public expenditure इतना कम है education पे, तो children's literature को उन्हें समझाना बहुत important है. So first हमें children literature का जो mission है उनको समझाना है कि वो क्यों ज़रूरी है, खासकर भाषाओं में. तो NEP ठीक है, लेकिन funds are really needed to I mean to give a economic viability to every project. कुल किस्सा वहीं पे खत्म हो जाता है. अगर economic viability नहीं है, we all won't be able to sustain. So let's come to the ground realities. And I think हम सभी एक ही मत रखते हैं कि we need to collaborate.
जी, कुछ कहेंगे आप?
No, just to add, I agree with both of what you told. We should have a combined effort, whatever we are doing, and it should be actionable. And it has to happen just in not in one clusters. It has to be like together, and it should replicate. So even the content-wise, what he said, I agree with it. That I think we should. The today's children are different, and we have to give a content which are contemporary to them. That is, we are trying to give. If they cannot relate with the stories, then they won't read it. However, books you give. I think, yeah, that is what I want to tell. And these experiments should keep on happening. And it should not be just like limited to once in a year. Like it should happen in every corner of the country so that people have that awareness.
जी, आप कुछ कहें?
एक बात कहना चाहता हूँ, वो ये तो सारी चीज़ें हैं, लेकिन हमें एक दफ़े ये भी सोचना चाहिए कि कैसे इन किताबों को स्कूल का जो परिसर है, उससे बाहर भी देख लें ज़रा, और जो स्कूली गंध है, उनसे मुक्त कर सकते हैं क्या हम अपनी किताबों को?
ठीक बात है. मंच खुला हुआ है, जो भी सभागार में हमारे साथी हैं, अगर कोई भी वक्ताओं से सवाल करना चाहें तो उनका स्वागत है.
Thank you, Dr. Palla, for beautifully moderating the session. Please raise your hands and the mic will be passed to you in case you have any questions.
जैसे हेलो, ओके, जैसे अभी सुशील जी ने कहा और बाकी लोगों ने कहा कि हमें शुरुआत करनी पड़ेगी, एक कलेक्टिव एफर्ट की है. लेकिन सबसे पहले जो है ना, हमें इसी रूम में थोड़ा सा अंदर टटोलने की ज़रूरत है. हम खुद जो हैं एग्ज़ाम के, अपने बच्चों के एग्ज़ाम के बारे में फ़िक्रमंद रहते हैं, या इसी रूम में बहुत सारे लोग होंगे. तो ये कैसे डेवलप किया जाए?
ये आप अपने घर से ही शुरू करेंगे. मैंने शुरू किया अपने घर से. मेरी बेटी अभी है 16 साल की, लेकिन मेरे ख्याल से उसका कलेक्शन इज मोर देन 2000 बुक्स. वो मुझे कहती है कि मम्मा ये किताब पढ़ो, ये आपकी इकोनॉमिक्स में आपको ज़्यादा हेल्प करेगा. ये इसलिए है क्योंकि हमारे यहाँ पे जो भी ओकेशन है, चाहे वो बर्थडे हो, मैरिज एनिवर्सरी हो, हर चीज़ में हम लोग एक ही चीज़ गिफ्ट करते हैं, दैट इज़ किताबें. यहाँ तक शादियों में जाते हैं, सामने वाला बुरा मानता है, हम किताबें ही दे के आते हैं.
या गुड आफ्टरनून सभी को. दो बातचीत जो मैं वहाँ से मेरे लिए टेक अवे है. एक सृजा जी ने कहा कि जो भी बुक क्रिएटर्स हैं वो एक एजम्पशन पर किताबें बना रहे हैं. दूसरी तरफ सुशील शुक्ल कहते हैं कि जो लिटरेरी एलिमेंट है वो शायद ज्यादातर बाल साहित्य में नहीं दिखता है. दो बातों को अगर एक साथ लेकर आया जाए तो बाल साहित्य के लिए कुछ जो पैमाने हैं जिनकी बात आप दोनों लोग कर रहे हैं, वो भारतीय भाषाओं के बाल साहित्य के लिए कौन तय करता है? क्या इससे पूर्व में, मतलब आज जो ये बहस हो रही है, ये डिस्कशन हो रहा है, इससे पहले कभी इसको निर्धारित करने की कोशिश की गई है? अगर ये हुआ है तो क्या ये सभी पब्लिशिंग हाउसेज या जो बुक क्रिएटर हैं उन तक संप्रेषित है? जैसा सुबह की सभा में हिमांशु जी ने यहाँ से एक कंसोर्शियम की बात की थी ना, चिल्ड्रन पब्लिशर के एक कंसोर्शियम की बात, तो क्या उस तरह का कोई कंसोर्शियम बनाने की कोशिश की जा सकती है जो बुक क्रिएटर का कंसोर्शियम हो, जहां पर कंटेंट को कैसे देखा जाए, जहां पर इलस्ट्रेशन को कैसे देखा जाए, जहां पर डिजाइन को कैसे देखा जाए, इसको लेकर बातचीत होती है. तो इस पर आपकी क्या प्रतिक्रिया है, सुशील जी और सृजा?
देखिए, मसला ये नहीं है कि कैसे किया जाए, मसला ये है कि जो कुदरती लोगों को करने दिया जाए. कोई कहानी लिखना चाहते हैं, वैसी लिखी जाए. एक ढांचा बना हुआ है बच्चों की कहानियों का भी, बच्चों की कविताओं का भी. तो जब आप देखते हैं, जब आप पुराने ही आप बांग्ला में जो काम हुआ वो देख लीजिए, तो आप अभी भी वो कहानी है सुकुमार रे की, अभी भी वो सारी चीजें आप अभी भी ताजा लगती हैं एकदम। और लेकिन या पुल देशपांडे, बिंदा करंदीकर ने जो बच्चों के लिए काम किया, तमाम आप देख लीजिए, जो भी हमारे मास्टर्स ने अलग अलग जगहों पर काम किया है, उसमें देख लीजिए कि वो क्या एक कविता बनती है पहले, फिर बाकी बात होती है। लेकिन जो बच्चों के मामले में हम देखते हैं कि क्योंकि समझ नहीं पाएंगे, क्योंकि भाषा सरल भाषा बनाओ, ये जो तमाम चीजें हैं, ऐसी कई सारी चीजें हैं। जैसे मैं देखता हूँ कि जो मैं चकमक देखता था, तो एक बच्चे की रचना थी, बुंदेलखंडी की रचना थी, और उसका पहला ही वाक्य था, हमरो गांव मच्छी से पलो है, हाँ हमरो घर मच्छी से पलो है। अब देखिए, ये बच्चा, मैं सोचता हूँ ये जो ईडियम है ये बच्चे का, जो उसको यूं ही हासिल है, कुदरतन हासिल है, उसकी भाषा में ये है, और उसको किसी स्कूल की जरूरत नहीं है। उसकी स्कूल तो उसको बर्बाद ही करता है, स्कूल उसको रिड्यूस करता है एक 3rd ग्रेड हिंदी का स्टैंडर्ड वाक्य में। ये जो वाक्य है, मैं इसकी बात कर रहा हूँ, इसमें है वो लिटरेरी एलिमेंट, इसमें है वो बात, जीवंतता है भाषा की। हिंदी में इतनी रंगतें हैं, देखिए हिंदी में आप देखिए कुछ 100-150 तरह की रंगतें हैं, लेकिन हमारी किताबों में, जो हिंदी की हम किताब छापते हैं, उनमें अवधि की रंगत है क्या उसमें मालवी की रंगत है क्या, बुंदेलखंडी की रंगत, वहां सारा दरवाजे बंद हैं, क्योंकि हमने ये तय कर रखा है कि भाषा मतलब ये, बच्चों के लिए भाषा मतलब ये भाषा। एक शब्द भी हमें बर्दाश्त नहीं होता, एक कठिन शब्द नहीं जानेंगे बच्चे, नहीं पता चलेगा, नहीं समझ पाएंगे तो कोई बात नहीं, हम इस दुनिया में ज्यादातर चीजें नहीं समझकर जिंदा हैं और अच्छे से ही रह रहे हैं। तो बच्चों के लिए इतनी एक एक शब्द, एक एक वाक्य, एक एक चीज, एक एक कहानी, एक एक कविता, उसकी बात कर रहा हूं। मुझे लगता है कि बताने की नहीं बल्कि चुप रहने की जरूरत है। कि पहले एक तो बच्चों के मामले में एक और गड़बड़ी यहां से पैदा होती है कि एक बार रचना बनती है, एक बार रचना आ जाए, रचना बन जाए, एक कहानी बन जाए, कविता बन जाए, तब ये सवाल उठता है कि उसका रीडर कौन होगा। बच्चों के मामले में ये सवाल पहले आकर खड़ा हो जाता है कि पहले रीडर तय होता है, फिर वो रचना आती है। तो ये जो मसले हैं, इसकी मैं बात कर रहा हूं कि अब देखिए, चित्र के ही मामले में देख लीजिए कि हमारी कितनी किताबें हैं जिनमें एब्स्ट्रैक्ट काम दिखता है आपको। हम लोग वही, मतलब जरा भी हमें कहीं गुंजाइश नहीं है। मतलब मैं उसकी बात कर रहा हूँ कि एक भरा पूरा चित्र का ये एक्सपीरियंस है, कल्पना है, भाषा की रचनात्मकता है। अब राजेश जोशी जी ने छोटे बच्चों के लिए कविता लिखी, कौआ इतना काला है, और ये तो बहुत घिसी पिटी लाइन है, कौआ इतना काला है। लेकिन अगली लाइन देखिए, इसकी मैं बात कर रहा हूँ कि उलट गया उजाला है, कि जैसे किसी ने काले को जो डिफाइन किया, कि जैसे कि उजाले को किसी ने पलट दिया। हम इस तेवर में इस तरह से, ये कविता आमतौर पर 1-2 पहली दूसरी के बच्चों के लिए आमतौर पर ये बाहरी हो जाएगी, क्योंकि इसमें उलट दिया उजाला है का एक्सप्रेशन है, और लोगों को लगेगा ये तो ये नहीं समझ पाएंगे। तो नहीं समझ पाएंगे के चक्कर से एक बहुत ही लीनियर भाषा और एक बहुत ही मतलब रूढ़ सी एक ढांचा कहानी का बना है, जो बहुत ज्यादा, जिसने मित्रता निभाई है स्कूली पढ़ाई में, काफी उसने, ऐसा लगता है ये उसका एक मान्यता है कि वो स्कूली पढ़ाई में बड़ी मदद करती है, या स्कूलों में कुछ खप जाएगी। तो इसलिए मुझे लगता है स्कूलों से मुक्त होकर भी सोचना चाहिए।
Thank you, our esteemed panel, for taking the questions. In case the audience has any other invigorating questions, please catch our panel members during the tea break. Thank you.
I now Operations, Room to Read India, to felicitate the esteemed moderators and panelists with a token of appreciation. Requesting all the distinguished speakers for a group photo as well.
Requesting all panel members to please step forward for a group photo, please.
Thank you so much. Requesting you all to be a part of the audience. Moving on to the much awaited segment of the day now. We are extremely privileged to have the guest of honor for the day. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Mr. Gurucharan Das to the event. I would request Mr. Das to please take his seat on the stage. I would like to invite Ms. Purnima Garg to formally welcome Mr. Das with a token of gratitude.
Thank you, sir, for joining us. I'm sure all of you know Guru Charandas ji. He doesn't need a introduction, but I'll say a few words. Sir is a renowned author, commentator, public intellectual. He is the author of two bestsellers, Indian Unbound and The Difficulty of Being Good, which are volumes 1 and 2 of a trilogy of life's goal. His latest book, Kama, A Riddle of Desire in the Third. His other literary work includes a novel, A Fine Family, a collection of plays for the theater, 3 plays, and a book of essays, The Elephant Paradigm India. Grows at Night was in FT's best book for 2013. He's general editor for Penguin Multi-Volume, Story of Indian Business. He writes a regular column for many Indian newspapers, including the Times of India, and occasional pieces for the Financial Times and Foreign Affairs and New York Times. Guru Charandas ji, thank you so much for being here. Your presence actually makes the event very special. Thank you so much. Over to you.
Yes. Okay, it's working. All right. Well, thank you for inviting me. I'm a great fan of Room to Read. I've followed actually John Wood, and my wife is from Nepal, so that's where kind of the idea started. So it's very nice, and it's just the sort of thing that we need and the world needs. I wanted to just amplify. That trilogy she talked about is now a quartet. A few weeks ago, my 4th volume came out. So it was Artha, Dharma, Kama, and now it's Moksha. The title of the book is Another Sort of Freedom, and it's a memoir. So I was asked to speak about books and children. And so since I've just written a memoir, it's quite fresh in my mind about my own childhood. So maybe that's a good place to start, because in fact the only thing we really know, or we know, even that we don't know, but is our own life. And when you write a memoir, you relive your life. And let me give you a tip. If you're writing your memoir, reliving a life, your life is better than living it. Why? Because you can play God. You know, you decide when to delete, you decide when to fast forward, you decide when to reverse the button. And basically what you're doing is you're infusing your memories with you, who is much older now, with all the experiences you've had over this time. And that's why Proust said that the memory of an event is actually better than the event itself. And actually, in fact, you discover that nobody quite knows what happened. Even you don't know, which is now the famous Rashomon effect. I don't know, some of you may have seen Kurosawa's film called Rashomon, in which it's a murder. And it's a murder mystery, and there are 4 witnesses before the judge. And the judge is all confused because the 4 people who saw the event saw 4 different events. And there are 4 different murderers. And so the judge doesn't know. And sometimes I guess we should be humble to say even we don't know. Anyway, so to come back, I'm 5 years old in kindergarten in Lahore in March 1947, the year of our Azadi. Actually, Azadi was not 1947. Azadi was 1991. But that's a different story. So the year of our Azadi, and I come home from school, and my mother's waiting at the door. She sees I'm smiling and I'm sporting a report card. And so she asks the question, did you stand first? My father is standing a little further behind, and he says to her, that was the wrong question. Ask him, what does he like about school? Does he like to draw? Does he like stories? Who are his friends? And so my life from that moment onwards, I realized, was defined by 2 influences. My mother, a good Punjabi middle class mother suffering from middle class anxieties, who believed in that one day I'd have to make a living. So I better stand first, better get good marks, better work hard. That was her agenda. And then my father, by asking her, by saying what she did, he was interested in my making a life. So making a living versus making a life were the 2 influences that ran through my life. So we fast forward now to when I'm 17. I am very lucky. I've got admission into Harvard University to be an undergraduate and got a full scholarship. Now, if I hadn't got the scholarship, obviously, with a middle class Indian family, just couldn't have afforded it. So we are at Palam Airport, and my mother's got tears in her eyes as she says goodbye before I get into the Air India flight. And she says to me, now remember, when you come back, you have to make a living study something useful in college, and work hard and stay out of trouble. And she says, by the way, why don't you be like your father? Become an engineer. She says, I'm told there are lots of jobs for engineers in India. So I arrive at Harvard, and my tutor asks me to fill out a form which says field of concentration, and I write engineering. And he says, son, there's a school down the river. This is Charles River in Cambridge, Massachusetts. School down the river called MIT. You'll get a better engineering education there. But I say, I got a scholarship to Harvard. So what can I do? Well, he laughs and then gives me the course catalog, which blows my mind. It blows my mind. And what do I study? I promptly forget my mother's advice. I studied in the first 2 years Greek tragedy, Russian novel, Sanskrit love poetry, Bauhaus architecture, history of capitalism. But my mother heard that I was studying Sanskrit. She said, hi, hi, Mrit Bhasha. Enu mare logan enu naukri denge. Only the dead now will give him a job because it's a dead language. Anyway, in the end, in the third year, even Harvard got a little worried because I was going from flower to flower. I also took a course on Mozart, the music composer. It was like a feast. And that's the genius of the American liberal education. And my mother had to keep reminding, my father had to keep reminding my mother that he's making a life. So don't worry. And so you see that theme again. And he was trying to tell her that he's making a life through books. And that's where room to read, I guess, comes in. And so I had to declare a major, and I did a degree in philosophy. And then I was supposed to go after that to do a PhD in philosophy at Oxford. And I was back home in Chandigarh that summer, when I asked myself one day, did I really want to spend the rest of my life at that stratosphere of abstract thought? No. I wanted a life of action, but I didn't know what a life of action was. So my mother I wrote back to Oxford saying I'm not coming. But my mother's worst nightmare had come true. She had an unemployed grown-up son at home. And we had a nosy neighbor, and she would come and visit my mother and remind her every other day, thoda munda ki kar rahe hai? And my mother would get embarrassed and didn't know what to say. So to save her the embarrassment, I answered the first advertisement I found in the Times of India in the morning. And it was for a company that wanted trainees. I had no idea what a trainee was. But I guess they got, so I applied and they got impressed probably with my Harvard degree, and they offered me the job. But at the interview, the interviewer asks me, what is your objective in life? And I said, happiness. He said, wrong answer. He says, what I meant is, what is your objective? Do you want to be in production? Do you want to be in marketing? Do you want to be in finance? So at that point, a stunning young lady walks in with tea and coffee for us. And I get totally distracted. And she walks out, and then he asks me, and what is your idea of happiness, by the way? He's trying to humor me now. And I said, a beautiful girl. And he said, wrong answer. So this, of course, was not going too well. And I knew that, I had not done well in the interview. But he said, do you know anything about business? I said, no. Except, I said, I've read a wonderful story called The Mouse Merchant. And that's from a anthology from Kashmir called Katha Sarit Sagara in Sanskrit, which means the ocean of stories. And I'm tempted to tell you that story. It's 4 minutes long because it got me the job. And the story, shall I tell it? Do we have the time? Oh God, my 15 minutes are up. Let me tell the story. You'll bear with it. So it's a story of a young man who reaches the age of 17. He's poor. So his mother cleans houses in the neighborhood, and that's how they make a living. And so she says, you're not going to do what I have done. You're destined for greatness. And so she says, there's a house down there. That's the richest man's house in our town. He's a kind man. Go there in the morning and wait for him to come out. I ask him for advice. So sure enough, the boy lands up the next morning at the great man's house. And in the courtyard, he sees a dead mouse. So the great man comes out, and the boy, he says, what can I do for you? And the boy says, can I have the dead mouse? And the man laughs. He says, people come here asking for a job, asking me for money, but you're doing me a favor. Of course you can take away the dead mouse, but what else would you like? The boy says, nothing more. And so the boy takes the dead mouse. He goes to the bazaar. He buys. Before he goes to the bazaar, there's a widow. And he knows a widow in his neighborhood. She has a cat. So he sells the dead mouse as cat food. And with the few paisa that he gets, he goes to the bazaar and buys chana, and he makes nice little puriyas of the chana. And he goes to the town square with a ghada of pani, of water, and he waits. In the afternoon, loggers come from the forest, and these loggers are tired, so they put down their weight on the ground. At that time, this boy, he offers each one chana and pani, water. They're very happy. Nobody has ever done that for them. They're very grateful. They don't have money, but they each offer him a log. Anyway, he repeats this the next day. By selling a log, he gets even better chana, makes nicer puriyas, and before and then he repeats this for the next 3 months until the monsoons come. And when the monsoons come, the logging stops in the forest, and the price of timber starts shooting up. And this boy has a house full of logs by then. So he starts unloading his logs of wood in the timber market. And he makes enough money to buy a shop in the timber market and sets himself up as a timber merchant. And he has one competitive advantage, which is that the loggers know him and they love him. So he gets the first priority on the best wood that comes from the mountain. And within a few years, he's a success. He has become the most successful merchant in the market. And then he discovers that there's not enough margin in selling timber. There's more money to be made in converting the wood into a ship. So he gets a master carpenter who's a shipbuilder, makes him his partner, finances him, and he's in the business of making ships. After a few years, he's successful. After a few years, he realizes that actually there's even more money to be made in shipping. Cargo, passengers becomes, so he gets an old retired captain, makes him his partner, and he's in the shipping business. And by the ripe old age of 24, he has become the richest man in town. And then he goes to a jeweler, asks him to make him a gold mouse. And then he takes that gold mouse to the richest man in town and presents it to him as his, in today's language, we'd call it, this is his return on capital for the venture capital that he got from the dead mouse. And the old man is so happy, he gives his daughter in marriage to this young man. So this is the wonder of stories and books. And so, and it is this kind of thing that actually got me started also as a writer, because I soon discovered I used to get bored over the weekends. My friends used to play golf. And so my father, who always urged me to make a life, said, look, you have the weekend and do what you want and begin a hobby, begin something. And so one day, I sat down to write a play, telling myself that it must be on a morning like this that Shakespeare also sat down to write Hamlet. So why can't I? And so that's how my career started as a writer. I was lucky. The plays did well. It won a prize. It got performed on BBC, then published by Oxford University. And we had press. I had a second play called Mirabai, and it was done off-Broadway to hard rock music. Her bhajans were set to hard rock. It's the best production of the play. Anyway, to cut the long story short, it is this sort of thing. It's that making a life through books, through reading, writing, through reliving the life now that I have done. That's what I wanted to talk to you about. This is why I quit the corporate world at 50, just as I had quit the academic world at 21. And so that's the story I wanted to tell you. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your inspirational words. I would like to invite Ms. Purnima Garg to felicitate Mr. Das. Give me that.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Purnima. Thank you, Mr. Das. We would like to invite Mr. Mark to join Ms. Purnima and Mr. Das on the stage.
The wait is over now. We are now going to felicitate the winners for both the categories of inaugural edition of the Room to Read Children's Literature Awards. After undergoing a rigorous nomination process, these names have stood out to be recognized as the outstanding book creators for children's literature in Hindi language.
The first award category for the evening is Picture Book Creator Award. Would request Mr. Das, Mr. Mark, and Ms. Purnima to please come forward and give away the prizes. The first subcategory is Young Author 3 to 8. The winner is Khyati Anand Putran for Bhagwan Ki Cheethi.
Ask him to take it back. He knows it. The next subcategory is Young Illustrator 3 to 8. And the winner is Rishi Sahani for Registan Mein Bus. Since Rishi couldn't join us, please somebody from his publishing house can come and collect the award. Can somebody from the publishing house come and collect the award for Rishi Sahani, please? Ek Tara.
The next category, Picture Book of the Year 3 to 8. The winner is Pratham Books for Gappu Gola.
May I request something? I want to stage illustrator, Mr. Vishnu M. Nair, who is also here.
Sure. Hi, yes, please.
थैंक यू सो मच फॉर द अवार्ड। मैं अनुरोध करूंगी मिस्टर विष्णु एम नायर से कि अगर वो आ सकें स्टेज पर, तो जिन्होंने इस किताब का इलस्ट्रेशन की है, चित्र बनाए हैं। विष्णु जी, थैंक यू। इसके अलावा इस किताब के रचनाकार, इस पुस्तक के जितेंद्र भाटिया जी का भी बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया, और जितने भी लोग इस किताब को रचने में हमारे साथ रहे, उन सबका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। और जूरी का भी सॉरी।
The next subcategory is Young Author 8 to 12. And the winner is Nidhi Saxena for Chiriya Ur.
The next category, Young Illustrator 8 to 12. The winner is Shivam Chaudhary for Kuch Aata Na Kuch Jata.
The next subcategory is Picture Book of the Year 8 to 12. And the award goes to Eklavya Publication for Fairy Wale.
The second award category for the evening is Teacher Librarian Choice Award. Subcategory 3 to 8. The winner is Sehmat for Sare Mausam Achhe.
The last subcategory for the evening is Teacher Librarian's Choice Award for 8 to 12. And the winner is NBT for Mujhe Ghar Jana Hai. Can we have somebody from NBT join us on the stage? Oh, so I think we don't have any representative from MBT right now. Thank you so much. Thank you, Purnima, Mark, and Mr. Das. You may please join the audience. I would like to congratulate all the awardees once again. Let's have a huge round of applause for them. All the awardees for the runner-up and the winner categories can collect their hampers and the boxes from the trophies from the registration desk after the event has ended. Thank you. Room to Read and USAID's efforts around foundational literacy have been strengthened by our government partners. Some of the key supporters of our cause are with us today. I would now like to invite Ms. Shikha Jain, Program Management Specialist USAID, and Mr. Kaushlendra Kumar, Director RMNE, on the stage to felicitate our partners in change.
Inviting Mr. Rajesh Bankar, HOD, Marathi Language Department, SCRT, Maharashtra.
Inviting Mr. Raju Rana, working as Deputy Director, Kanpur Mandal, Principal Diet, Kanpur, Uttar Pradesh. And inviting Dr. Vijay Rawat, Lecturer at Uttarakhand Diet. Thank you, Shikha and Dr. Kaushalinder. You may join the audience, please.
Requesting now Ms. Bhagyalakshmi Balaji, Director Program Operations, to kindly share final and closing thoughts capturing the diverse and very interesting conversations of the day. Bhagya serves as the Director of Program Operations at Room to Read India, overseeing strategic and tactical program implementations. With 15 plus years of experience in program design, operations, monitoring, evaluation, and budget management in non-profit sector, she combines her background in classroom practice, curriculum development, content creation, and teacher professional development to drive sustainable education initiatives. Over to you, Bhagya.
Thank you. Thank you, Yashika and Jis, for moderating the event today. So, dear guests, distinguished individuals, and advocates of children's literature, as we bring the curtain down on this enriching day dedicated to celebrating the enchantment of words and the realm of imagination, I stand before you with a heart brimming with gratitude and inspiration. Today, Room to Read, in partnership with USAID, under the SERI project, has successfully united a community that shares a common passion for nurturing the minds of our future generations through literature. First and foremost, I extend my sincere appreciation to each one of you who has graced us with your presence today. Your attendance has infused vibrancy into this event, and your dedication to the cause of children's literature is truly commendable. I begin by expressing my gratitude to Mr. Mark Tegenfeld, Officer Director, General Development Office, USAID India, and USAID, for their steadfast commitment to foundational literacy and their emphasis on the crucial role of reading as the cornerstone of literacy at this foundational level. During the key reflections on children's literature in India session, we delve deep into the current landscape of children's literature across Indian languages. Ms. Radhika Menon, founder and publishing director of Tulika Books, delivered a compelling keynote address shedding light on the challenges faced by publishers in the Indian children's literature market and shared her experiences leading the way through Tulika. Mr. Shaktibrata Sen, Senior Program Director at Room to Read India, provided valuable insights into bringing literature into literacy and highlighted how literature in the classroom is insufficient till it is made part of the instruction. I would also like to express my gratitude to Mr. Kapil Pandey for his captivating session titled Kahani Mein Twist, which explored the art of storytelling and connected with the child in all of us. Our afternoon continued with a thought-provoking panel discussion on the gaps in original Indian language children's literature and the shortage of book creators. Several points emerged around the need for a holistic approach in order to plug these gaps, from publishers, creators, teachers to parents, readers, distributors, etc. The esteemed panelists, Mr. Sushil Shukla, Mr. Subramaniam Seshadri, Mr. Alin Maheshwari, Dr. Trishna Sarkar, and Ms. Srija VN, provided valuable insights moderated by Dr. Pallav Kumar Nandwana. The highlight of the afternoon was the felicitation and award announcements, where we acknowledged outstanding contributions to children's literature. I extend my thanks to all our jury members, Mr. Mukesh Nautiyal, Mr. Vishambar Vyas, Ms. Proiti Roy, Ms. Deepa Balsavar, Ms. Prachi Kalra, Dr. Pallav Kumar Nandwana, Ms. Tuposhi Ghoshal, and Mr. Suvidha Mistry for their support, Miss Suvidha Mistry, for their support in this Children Literatures Award. A big congratulations to all the awardees for the essential work they are doing in the field of children's literature. I would like to extend my gratitude to government officials, Mr. Raju Rana, Dr. Vijay Rawat, and Dr. Rajesh Mahadev Bankar, Mr. Tarachand Jaiswal for gracing us with their presence. A sincere expression of gratitude to Mr. Gurucharan Das for the enlightening and enchanting session today. Your presence not only heightened the significance of the event, but also captivated everyone's interest with insights into your life experiences. During the course of the event, we were delighted to unveil the SERI Learnings document, a significant step forward in bringing children's literature into the classroom and a testament to the work being done under SERI project. In conclusion, I extend my heartfelt congratulations to all the winners, gratitude to USAID, and appreciation to every individual who played a role in making this event a success. Let us carry the spirit of today forward, continuing to inspire and nurture the love for literature among our children. Thank you. And here's to a future where every child has the opportunity to explore the chanting world of words. Room to Read remains committed to this cause, and with your continued support, we will make it a reality. May the pages of our children's books be filled with stories of hope, imagination, and endless possibilities. Good evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Bhagya, for beautifully capturing the day's discussions. With that, we have come to an end of the inaugural edition of Children's Literature Awards, organized jointly by the USAID and Room to Read India. We look forward to seeing you soon, but just before you head home, we have arranged some tea and snacks for you in the foyer area. Please engage with the special display kiosk as well. Thank you and have a pleasant evening.